Hey everybody. So, am I tired? Am I exhausted? Did travel take everything out of me? Yes. Am I getting sick? Possibly. Do I have a rabbit hole to take you down with me? Yes. Yes, I do. So, what's interesting is that, oh, hold on. Let me pause this. What's interesting is that a lot of us have had this photo for quite some time. I believe I got mine from either, I think it was Jenny Kyle or Fenn himself. I can't remember. It was a while ago. And the thing with this is that the original chest had a signature. I don't know what it says. Some people speculate it's JF, which it could be, but I see two curls, so it looks like FF or something. But what does that say right there? Okay. So this is the thing. This is the photo. See? It's the original photo. It's not photoshopped or anything. But it does say something weird. Very fascinating, right? Look at it all these times, right? You can see there's a signature. There's a signature. And what we know now, two things actually, which I find very interesting. One, the original chest had a signature. Did they get rid of the signature to clean it up for the auction? Why was it there before and now it's not? Does that somehow prove another chest proxy? Possibly. I'm not sure. I've got my theories. But what I also learned this weekend during WSOF 2023 is that allegedly Fenn's treasure chest, the one that was being sold at heritage auctions, isn't 12th century. Allegedly, there's a marking underneath the treasure chest, not inside. I'm saying literally underneath on the bottom part. Allegedly, there is a marking that can date that chest to 18th century. Now, the trick with this is that the original treasure chest, the one that myself and Bavetta and others have traced and found originated all the way back in Germany, is actually from the 12th century. The real true one is from the 12th century. The one that Forrest allegedly purchased from, I think it was, oh my God, who was it? I can't remember his name right now, but I have it in my videos somewhere. I'll have to go back and look. I think Thaw, maybe? I think it was Eugene Thaw. I can't remember. But yeah, there really is a 12th century reliquary chest. And then there are also 18th century replicas of that very same chest. Okay. Looking at this one looks like the real actual 12th century reliquary chest, right? So why is there a marking underneath the one being sold or the one that was sold at Heritage? Why is it marked at 18th century when we know for a fact the real one is from the 12th century? We know that Forrest talks about, the Romanesque lockbox and how it once held a book of days. There is so much that goes into the treasure chest itself. And I'm honestly, I can't deny, I feel a little sad that myself and only a very rare handful of others in this chase community took the time to really investigate and understand the origin and the motif and the backstory on the chest itself. And I think that is probably a huge reason why not everyone is aware of some of the things that I go down via the rabbit holes. So now this just gets even more, curiouser and curiouser. You've got an 18th century chest, and then you've got a 13th or 12th century chest. What do we do, right? Well, let me first teach you what a reliquary chest is and what its purpose is used for. Okay. So if I could slowly and try and break down the true reason and use of a reliquary chest, you guys might understand why this is so important and why I truly believe Forrest kept the 12th century original Romanesque reliquary chest. There's many reasons for that. So let me try and break it down for you guys. And then once I do that, I'll tell you who I believe is associated with this very rare, very special, very important reliquary chest, and why I believe Forrest used an 18th century reliquary copy for the hunt itself. And I don't know if it's possible he traded, he may have traded, he may have switched the chest maybe. I did ask Cynthia and she said no, there's no way, but I still have a hunch, okay? Especially if we hear the story about, Jack coming to Forrest and handing him the treasure chest. And according to Cynthia, and Cynthia, feel free to comment if I get this quote or information wrong. It's been a while, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe you told me that after all this went down and you met with Forrest during COVID, that he explained to you exactly how the gift exchange happened. So Jack went to Forrest's and he handed him the chest. Forrest took it, left the room, and came back and then handed it back to him. If I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken, completely correct me. I give you full authority. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I believe that is how you described it and explained it. So it gives a very small window of time for Forrest to be able to switch them, in my opinion, especially if they were cleaned up, because you've got the dirty chest that was out there for a while. And honestly, I don't think he would have put this holy relic out there until it's meant to be out there. And the reason it was meant to be out there was it was meant to hold his and Piggy's ashes and bones. And I don't even think it's really ashes. The true thing about reliquary chests and all this, it's pertaining to some very interesting rituals, ways to bury the body. And then after, I want to say 2 years, then you can unbury the body and the bones. It's interesting. So the whole concept of a reliquary chest is to hold the bones of a martyr or a saint. And the way in which you become a martyr or a saint is by being healed by a holy relic. Okay. So reliquary chests are holy relics. They hold a piece of a holy relic or a saint, and there's a hidden compartment within the chest itself that holds that relic. And during the time of Charlemagne, King Charlemagne, which he was the one who actually enacted the allegorical siege, right? And allegory was basically imagery, story, pictures, symbolism to represent the same thing, right? And so when Charlemagne went and enacted the allegorical siege, he did one of two things. He ended up creating what is called the cult of the saints and the cult of the relics. Now, the cult of the relics, from what I remember through my research, isn't that great. There is one side that's constantly always trying to hide the truth, cover everything up. And then there's another side that's trying to expose the truth and enlighten people. It's very interesting. And the cult of the saints is the most important details. And I spent so many years researching this. And again, please understand that before all of this, I was not a religious person. I didn't go out of my way to read the Bible or want to know any details about the Bible or religion or church, anything like that. Yet when I started my journey of unlocking the secret to Fenn's treasure chest, which I believe is a true puzzle, it took me down the deepest religious rabbit hole, and I'm still there. And I am not religious. And I don't say that out of spite or anything like that. I just say I never subscribed to understanding any of it, right? Because sometimes I feel like the truth is being hidden from us. And all of this information right here kind of proves that again, there's one group trying to hide the truth and the other group trying to reveal the truth. And from what I have been researching, this chest and Forrest, I believe, were trying to share the truth, right? But it's a very delicate matter. Again, this is all just based on my research. I don't have this as fact at all. I can't, because I don't have any proof to say this is what actually happened. The only thing I can provide you with are historical documents, paperwork, so much research and information based on the reliquary chests themselves. The origin of this actual chest, thanks to Bavetta, the name of the artist, the reason why it was created, which saint is in the box, what a saint's day is, what the pilgrimage actually is about, the holy see, the holy door. There's just so much. The turnbuckle is just the tabernacle. I don't know why I keep saying it weird. There's so much to that. So let me try and just real quick update you guys and educate you a little bit on something I've been working on for so long. It would take me forever to try and explain it. So let me try and share it just a little bit this way. Let me see, website URL. Okay, we're gonna go on a fun little rabbit hole together. Okay, relics and reliquaries in medieval Christianity. Now, first off, where does this and how does this line up to medieval Christianity? Well, we know that because of Roger Sherman Loomis and his research and comments on Fenn's reliquary chest, we know that it was titled Attack on the Castle of the Church by the World. Okay. And it's about courtly love and chivalry. And a lot of people think, oh, there's nothing really to it. It's just, innocent on surface. But years of research, I know that is actually not true. It is one of the most important things ever. And it holds the secret to unlocking true knowledge, okay? True consciousness, divine consciousness. Now, this is an article written by someone named Barbara Drake Boehm, Department of Medieval Art and Cloisters, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So the cloisters, I remember Fenn was associated with the cloisters before. I don't remember where I saw that, but see, like originally published in 2001, last revised April 2011. Fascinating. Okay, so I might start losing my voice, but I'll try and break it down as best as possible for you guys. So Christian belief in the power of relics, the physical remains of a holy site or holy person, or objects with which they had contact, is as old as the faith itself and developed alongside it. Relics were more than mementos. The New Testament refers to the healing power of objects that were touched by Christ or his apostles. The body of the saint provided a spiritual link between life and death, between man and God. Because of the grace remaining in the martyr, they were an inestimable treasure for the holy congregation of the faithful. Fueled by the Christian belief in the afterlife and resurrection, in the power of the soul, and in the soul of saints as advocates for humankind in heaven. The veneration of relics in the Middle Ages came to rival the sacraments of the daily life of the medieval church. Indeed, from the time of Charlemagne, it was obligatory that every altar contain a relic. The holiest of relics were those associated with Christ and his mother. Because of the belief in the resurrection of Christ and the bodily assumption of the Virgin into heaven, physical relics of Christ and the Virgin were, with a few rare exceptions, like the baby teeth of Jesus or the Virgin's milk, usually objects that they touched in their lifetime, such as the wood from the true cross or pieces of the Virgin's veil. The most common relics are associated with the apostles and those local saints, renowned for the working of miracles across Europe. All relics bestowed honor and privileges upon the possessor. Monasteries and cathedrals sought to obtain the prestigious relics, and when they succeeded, their proud accomplishment is sometimes celebrated in the decoration of their sanctuaries. Some relics were even stolen from one church, only to find a new home in another. Those of Saint Mark in Venice, Saint Nicholas in Bari on the Adriatic coast, or Saint Foy at Conques, being among the most famous examples. So reliquaries are the containers that store and display relics. Since the relic themselves were considered more valuable than precious stones and more to be esteemed than gold, it was considered only appropriate that they be enshrined in vessels or reliquaries, crafted of or covered by gold, silver, ivory, gems, and enamel. These precious objects constituted a major form of artistic production across Europe and the Byzantium throughout the Middle Ages. Medieval reliquaries frequently assume the form of casket, chassis, by the way, chassis, but complex containers in the form of parts of the body, usually mimicking the relics they enshrined, are the most remarkable art forms created in the Middle Ages for the precious remains of saints. Reliquaries were often covered with narrative scenes from the life of saints, whose remains may have been contained within. Sometimes the decoration of chassis was not specific to any given saint or community, but rather reflected common Christian themes, making them appropriate to use of any community. Reliquaries were also fashioned into full body statues or more abbreviated, but still imposing bust-length images of saints, often those with local reputations of great authority, including revered women saints, set on an altar and carried in procession. Their arrival sometimes heralded by the sounding of ivory horns. These highly decorated works of art made an undeniable impression of the faithful. The distinction between the meaning of an image, such as the famous reliquary statue of Saint Foy, still preserved at the monastery of Conques in France, and pagan idols clearly articulated in an important chronicle written by Bernard of Angers in the 11th century. It is not an impure idol that receives the worship of an oracle or sacrifice. It is pious memorial before which the faithful heart feels more easily and more strongly touched by the solemnity and implores more fervently the powerful intercession of the saints for its sins. By the end of the Middle Ages, image reliquaries, which traditionally were meant to suggest the saint's heavenly form and visage, came to mirror contemporary ideas of beauty. Meanwhile, the relics themselves, once hidden within the container, could be glimpsed through apertures or vials of rock crystals. Reliquaries were sometimes created expressly for privileged individuals or purchased by them. The faithful humble means might still acquire a souvenir badge at the shrines of saints that called to mind the precious works of art associated with them. Whether created for a church or for a private individual, medieval reliquaries have been subject to widespread destruction during times of religious and political strife. Those that survive bear precious witness to exceptional artistic creativity inspired by a contemporary faith. So, what's very interesting, let's just look at all this. Painting, choir. Okay, I can stop sharing that now. Hold on, let me get a chat. Stop neglecting you guys for a second. Okay. Hey, Rob. Hi, Susie. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Trusted. Hello, Jay. Yes, actually, I have a hunch, Jay. And I will get into that. So, firstly, let me find it. Let's find. Hold on. Okay, so the calendar of saints is the traditional Christian method of organizing a liturgical year by associating each day with one or more saints and referring to the day as the feast day or feast of said saint. The word feast in this context does not mean a large meal, typically a celebratory one, but instead an annual religious celebration, a day dedicated to a particular saint. The system arose from the early Christian custom of commemorating each martyr annually on the date of their death or birth into heaven, a date therefore referred to in Latin as the martyr dies day of birth. In the Eastern Orthodox Church, a calendar of saints is called a menologian. A menologian may also mean a set of icons on which saints are depicted in the order of the dates of their feasts, often made in two panels. So, as the number of recognized saints increased during late antiquity and the first half of the Middle Ages, eventually every day of the year had at least one saint who was commemorated on that date. To deal with this increase, some saints were moved to alternate days in some traditions or completely removed, with the result that some saints have different feast days in different calendars. For example, Saints Perpetua and Felicity died on 7 March, but this date was later assigned to St. Thomas Aquinas, allowing them only commemoration. So in 1908, they were moved one day earlier. When the 1969 reform of the Catholic calendar moved him to 28th of January, they were moved back to the 7th of March. Both days can thus be said to be their feast day in different traditions. The general Roman calendar, which lists those saints celebrated in the entire church, contains only a selection of the saints for each of its days. A fuller list is found in the Roman martyrology, and some of the saints may have been celebrated locally. The earliest feast days of saints were those of martyrs, venerated as having shown for Christ the greatest form of love. In accordance with the teachings, greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. Saint Martin of Tours is said to be the first, or at least one of the first non-martyrs, to be venerated as the saint. The title confessor, which used for such saints who had confessed their faith in Christ by their lives rather than by their deaths. Martyrs are regarded as dying in the service of the Lord, and confessors are people who died natural deaths. A broader range of titles were used later, such as virgin, pastor, bishop, monk, priest, founder, abbot, apostle, doctor of the church. The Trinity Missal and Common Formula for masses of martyrs, confessors who were bishops, doctors of the church, confessors who were not bishops, abbots, virgins, non-virgins, dedication of churches, and feast days of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Pope Pius VII added a common formula for popes. The 1962 Roman Missal of Pope John the 13th omitted the common of apostles, assigning a proper mass to every feast day of an apostle. The present Roman Missal has common formulas for the decade. I don't have to read all this. Okay, so let's try this real fast. Let's try 2 of them. Let's try this one. Let's see who this is. September 7th. We got some interesting thing. St. Cloud. Hold on. Are there pop-ups? Hmm. Let's Let's see this one. What? Makes no sense. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. Let me find it. Okay, so they call it the Castle of Love, but it's also Attack on the Castle of the Church by the World. So Roger Sherman Loomis. Let me just share this with you too. I'm being lazy and tired, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Share website URL. Paste, share. Okay, so the allegorical siege in the art of the Middle Ages. Okay. So let's try and get over here. When the medieval penchant for allegorizing, which had so potent an influence upon religious thought, ceremonial, and art came into contact during the 12th century with the frank paganism of the more coutures, it found a fresh field for the imaginative impulse. Venus and Cupid were ready to hand as the chief personages of the allegory, not presented as the baneful influence of the schoolmen, but depicted as powers adorable and to be adored, and set in the background of May morning or splendid palace. Wars were waged for and against love. It was not long, we may be sure, before the siege of a lady's heart was imagined in terms of the siege of a castle. The first evidence we have for this is the full-fledged siege of the Castle of Love, acted out as part of a festival at Treviso in 1214. Rolandino of Padua, relates that to this court of solace and mirth were invited many gentlemen and 12 of the fairest and gayest ladies of Padua. A fantastic castle was built and garrisoned with dames and damsels and their waiting women, who without help of man defended it with all possible prudence. Now this castle was fortified on all sides with skins of fair and sable, sandals, purple cloths, Semites, precious tissues, scarlet, brocade of Baghdad, and ermine. What shall I say of the golden coronets studded with chrysolites and jacinths, topaz and emeralds, pearls and pointed headgear, and all manner of adornments wherein the ladies defended their heads from the assaults of the beguilers. For the castle itself must needs be assaulted, and the arms and engines wherein men fought against it were apples and dates and muscadettes, tarts and pears and quinces, roses and lilies and violets, and vases of balsam or ambergris, or let's go over here. Do. Hold on. Okay, so rosewater, amber, camphor, blah, blah, blah. Okay. At this siege, a band of Venetian youths were among the guests and formed the storming party. After a vain assault of comfits and sweetmeats, they resorted to the cynical expedient of a shower of golden ducats. Upon this, the castle promptly catapulted, and the banner of St. Mark entered in its triumph. Whether the Paduan youths resented this as a reflection upon their ladies or not, they flung themselves upon the Venetians and tore up their banner and a fray ensued which led to war between Venice and Padua. Similar festivals were popular at the court of Henry VIII of England. At the marriage of Prince Arthur in 1501, a castle was drawn into the hall, filled with 8 ladies and children singing. After a parley, certain knights of the Mount of Love besiege the castle until it yields. On New Year's night, 1512, a castle occupied by 6 ladies and labeled La Fortress Dangerous was carried about the hall. After the queen had beheld it, in came the king and few other. These assaulted the castle, the ladies saying them so lusty and courageous, were content to solace with them, and upon further communication to yield the castle, and so they came down a long space. In 1522, Wolsey gave a similar pageant where the castle was held by the ladies' beauty, honor, perseverance, and other noble qualities, who occupied the towers, and by danger, gloss, and scorn, and other shrewish qualities, who occupied the lower walls of the fortress. Ardent Desire led 7 other gentlemen to an attack with confidence and was victorious, driving the shrews away. After this, a dance followed. In a Christmas festival at Eltham in 1515, however, the conflict took a different turn. The ladies holding out successfully, again in 1581, the Virgin Queen seems to have delicately allegorized her refusal of offers of the Duke of Anjou by a similar play. 4 children of Desire, one of whom was Sir Philip Sidney, laid claim to the castle of perfect beauty, wherein the queen sat as their inheritance. Being defied, they showered it with rosewater and flowers. On the next day, they confessed their audacity and yielded them to perfect beauty. It is a curious example of survival of popular customs that 300 years later, the young people of the Swiss cantons of Vaud and Freiburg used to sing in the vineyards. Chateau de l'Amour, and I don't know what all that says. And Freiburg itself there survived into the 18th century, an almost exact parallel to the Treviso festival, including wooden castle, ladies within, gallants without, and a discharge of flowery artillery. The castle was fated and course to surrender. Each of the ladies chose one of the besiegers and paid him a rose and a kiss as ransom. Afterwards, there was a parade of the besiegers on horseback through the town, while the ladies showed them in turn from the windows with rose petals and perfumes. Showered. All the stages in this elaborate medieval game were represented on the ivory mirror case and caskets made probably in Paris in the early 14th century. We see the walls and turrets of the castle thronged with ladies hurling roses down from the battlements. Among them is Don Cupido with his wings and crown, shooting his fatal arrows. Below, knights used the ponderous medieval sage engines to throw up baskets of flowers. Others scale the walls on rope ladders, doubtless a more effectuous way of bringing matters to the desired termination. Then we see the surrender of the castle. On the one hand, we see the ladies welcoming the successful knights and delivering up a sword in token of surrender. On the other hand, a lady issuing from the gateway and delivering up a key to a humble visitor. Finally, each lady rides away with her lover on horseback or is rowed away in a boat. A rare example from the second half of the 14th century depicts ladies making a sally from the gateway, one of them carrying a bouquet instead of a lance in rest. On the casket lids, the middle panel is usually occupied by a jousting scene, without any immediate relation to the stage of the castle. The same subject occurs here and there among the illuminations of English manuscripts. One remembers the stanza of Byron about the family missal and his wonder. How they, who they saw those figures on the margin kiss all, could turn their objects to the text and pray. So in the margins of the Peterborough Psalter at the end of the 13th century and the Luttrell Psalter at about 1340, one finds spirited renderings of the Chateau d'Amour, that must have diverted the thoughts of many a worldly reader from his devotions. If needed, they were not put there for any very purpose, and Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me go back real fast. Okay. Um, hold on. Ugh. We are going down an interesting rabbit hole right now, you guys. Hold, please. Okay. Let me go chat real fast. Sorry. Okay. She's sleep rating. I'm sleep typing. I am so tired. My voice is like so thrashed. Hold on. Still figuring something out. Interesting rabbit holes are amongst us. Okay, let us go back to the land of Zoom. Okay, let's go over here. I think it's this one. No, not that one. It's not that one. Oh god, there's so much shit I have to look into. Okay, Edward III, we know, had the same subject of a Dorser, the inventory of the Duke of Gloucester, made in 1397, records une pièce de reste l'histoire d'un assault fait des dames and un chastel. That of Margaret of Flanders, made in 1405. Henry the Henry the Eighth of England had a set of tapestries of the sight of ladies, and James the Fifth of Scotland, a set called the City of Damies. What these 16th century tapestries were like may perhaps be gleaned from one here reproduced from Gulfrey History General. Blah blah blah. In the foreground are the forces of violence armed with the halberds and spears. So what's interesting is check this next one out. It shows Fenn's chest right here. Okay. See figure 7, attack on the castle of the church by the world. Now, this is what gets really interesting and how you go down so many rabbit holes. It's very complicated. In the midst, Valine moves to the attack covered by shields, and it talks about on the battlements above are the ladies Perseverance, Butte, Lagresse, and Espieur. Franchise fires arose from a crossbow at Dangier, and Plaisance threatens him with a lash of flowers. Above, on each side, a Cupid with his bow appears in a tree, while in the middle, Legent Dios de Arm is crowded with a wreath by Obedience and another lady, whose name and quality I cannot decipher. The motif also spread into Teutonic lands. A mural painting of the 14th century from the palace of Otto von Reich is preserved in the Reliquary Museum at Constance. Now, this is the very interesting part. So it says right here, this is the one you need to pay attention to because this is for figure 7. This is the last example I've noted where the significance of the allegory is wholly secular, but the medieval church always had a canny instinct for appropriating to its uses any popular image or custom or book, even when it was immoral or anti-clerical in its original character. Out of Arthurian romance was developed the Grail story. Ovid's Chronique Scandalous of the Gods was allegorized into a Christian lived depicts. All the favorite secular motifs of art were given an edifying interpretation in the Sai Nois Dit, an elistatical version of the siege motif is found on a casket of the early 14th century. Oh, sorry, I meant 14th. Was I saying 13th earlier? I meant 14th. I'm so terrible with numbers. Here the castle is surmounted by a church, and the battlements are held by nuns. They hurl down white pellets on the powers of the world, represented by 6 gaily clad youths mounting upon ladders to the assaults. An interesting development of this religious, oh my God, leave me alone. Religious treatment of the theme is to be found in the city of Ratisbon. The Historical Society has copies of a mural painting of about 1300, formerly at the Elephantine Apothecary. On one side are 5 pairs of lovers, and then comes the tower itself, on which is a queen with a knight in her lap. On the other side are 9 knights attacking a palanquin in which other queen sits with 4. Why is everyone bugging me right now? Go away. Jesus. And a tapestry at the end of the 14th century in the Germanic Museum, Nuremberg. The palanquin has become a pavilion, and the queen and her attendants are still there. The queen we may now venture to identify as Frau Mein, or the Venus of old German legends. But in what a guise! Like the other wild folk, she wears a sort of pajamas with a wave pattern intended to depict a coat of hair. This extraordinary costume was doubtless suggested to the designer by the fashion prevailing throughout Europe in the century of masquerading as wild men in the woods. Some will remember the Ballet des Ardents in Forrest, where Charles VI of France and some of his nobles put out garments of flaxen pitch to resemble coats of hair and were accidentally all alight by a torch. In this tapestry, Frau Mein, and again, remember Frau Mein means love in German, and this is actually titled the Mein Box for the Mindsingers. And even though the twin chest to Fenn's chest in the Detroit Museum, this is Attack on the Castle of Love, that's not the true actual title. The true title is actually called the White City, I believe it's called. I think it's White City. And it does give the story of Frau Mein. So this right there is just confirming that again. So hold on. So Ratisbon, let's go into that real fast. Ratisbon and Frau Mein. I'm just going to do that real fast because my brain's doing that. Okay, so Ratisbon and Frau Mein. Okay. The goddess who steals men's hearts, a pictorial. Interesting. Okay. Let's just go down this. Above is a painting of Frau Mein from southern Germany, 1320, 1330. The image depicts the lover presenting Frau Mein with his heart, which has been pierced by 3 arrows. There are 2 German inscriptions with the image, the first of which translates as Lady, send me solace, my heart has been wounded, while the second reads, as gracious lady, I have surrendered. Frau Mein is the personification of courtly love from German Middle Ages. Told you guys, courtly love over and over again. She is frequently addressed directly in mensing poetry, usually by a pining lover who's complaining about his state of spiritual suffering, but she also appears in the longer Menedre poems and prose works. She is often referred to as the goddess of romantic love, which is differentiated strongly from other kinds of love, such as Christian agape, as embodied in the figure of Jesus. To make the distinction clear, romantic love is understood as passion, whereas Christian and Buddhist love is understood as compassion. A rare allegorical painting in the 1400s, discovered in a guild house in Zurich in 2009, shows Frau Mein presiding over the suffering of male lovers who are having their hearts torn from their breasts. In this cruel scene, Goddess Mein, the mistress of love, sits on a throne consisting of 2 men. She has just torn out the heart of a man to her left, which she holds in her hand, while she is already cutting open the chest of another man to her right to rip out his heart. Man, that's messed up. Romantic love involves the deployment of super stimuli, including titillating courtship, rituals such as male chivalric servitude towards fetish. Oh my god, why? Oh, you know what? You could bug me. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Relics anagrams to slicer, mystery slicer. Hi, Alan. I found a white city, but it's just an old pueblo that controlled the corn trade. I mean, the corn trade was really important actually back then. Does not surprise me, Trusted. Wait, what? Nuns were throwing white phosphorus. This cheats like does not surprise me, Trusted. Hey, Street, hold on. Let me put a link in momentarily. Eh. If you can't tell, I'm losing my voice pretty darn bad. I was losing it when I was singing too. Like I straight up just lost my voice. It was so funny. Okay, here we go. And pinned message. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on a second. There we go. Okay, if you guys want to jump in, more than welcome to jump in. Hey Larry. But you can eat corn, best trade. Hey Kiwi. Courtly love is why Courtney love. Yeah, I'm talking about courtly love, not Courtney love. Hi Lorraine. I am sleep rating. Yeah, I guess so, Lucky. It was ha ha ha. I don't even know what to do with that. So Hold on, let me go back over in the land of what this crazy lady is doing. Okay. The crown vulva carries off by servile. Oh my god, I can't right now. Uh, they be drawing penises all the way back in the 14th century. Penis people. Oh my god, this is so funny. Oh god. Oh, here's something to make you laugh your ass off, Street. As I can't even talk. As mentioned in a previous essay, romantic love began as a code of conduct. Anybody hear Barb out there? Code of conduct among the aristocratic classes of the Middle Ages. However, the trend made its way by degrees eventually to the middle classes and finally to the lower classes, and ultimately broke class distinctions altogether, in the sense that all Western peoples became inheritors of the custom of romantic love, regardless of their social station. This breaking of class barriers is marvelously rendered in the painting below. Huh, fascinating. Okay, let me go down more. Hey, Trusted.
How you doing, Lady Aztec?
I'm laughing my butt off at all the stuff I'm finding.
What did you say in the beginning? You said something about you were going to mention a name.
Oh, for the saint?
Oh, I thought you meant a name of the owner of the chest.
No, not the name of the owner of a chest. So there were pictures that were posted like years ago of Fenn's chest before he hit it. And none of us ever noticed that on the chest itself was a signature. Like there's actually a signature on the chest. And if you look at the chest that was found and put up for auction, it has no signature.
Where was the signature?
Here, let me share it again. And I went back and I looked at the one because I had this photo too. I have the original. So I looked back just to make sure it was there. So it wasn't like, photoshopped or anything. And this is what it is. So the first two, let me see. Here you go. Oh, hold on. Oh man, it's funny.
What happened?
Sorry, I was responding to a message.
Oh.
Okay, let me see if I did this right.
Yeah, then you showed this picture, and then you showed some initials that look like from page 99. The
Yeah,
JF
someone.
initials.
Well, even Cynthia thinks it says JF, and I think it's possible it could say JF, but it's got some weird like curls to the F. I don't know what it says.
Is that
But
the front corner?
yeah, the front bottom left corner, I believe. Or would that be the right corner if you flip it? I don't know anymore. I'm too tired to think. But you see,
I never seen a signature there.
see, this is the original photo, and it was there. See? Someone tried to blow it up as much as possible.
I think that's J Street's signature.
Maybe. Street, you got some explaining to do. You better hop on.
Yeah, you do. He was behind this the whole time. You hired Fenn?
All right.
Oh my goodness. That
Hold
sticks out a
on.
lot there. Did somebody highlight that?
No, it's just like underneath it shows. Hold on. Gotta remind her to check her phone because she like neglects it. Okay.
Okay, it looks like a JF, but then what's after that?
What?
Can you tell what's after the JF?
No, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm going back down the rabbit hole of the Frau Mine. Okay, so it's interesting. So Rastamon. Ooh. Well, there's Rasenberg. Oh, here's the same lady who wrote on the. Ooh, I like this. Oh, here he comes. He's coming right now to explain himself. You've got a lot of explaining to do. What? Okay, so this is an article written in October of 2018 by someone named Barbara Newman, and it's titled "Carved into the Flesh." For medievalists, the bodily turn has had a profound impact not just on the histories of medicine and sexuality, as one would expect, but also on those of art, religion, and ideas. 35 years or so after the body emerged as a newly problematic category, an entity with a tangled history or a rebellious subaltern that had finally found its voice, medieval bodies have become such a rich field of inquiry that Jack Hartnell can use them to ground a history of everything for the common reader. Life, death, and art in the Middle Ages. Hartnell is an art historian, so his books is copiously illustrated, but it's more also a history of medicine and much more, treating each topic under its pertinent body part. Thus, the head inspires discussions of mental illness, hairstyles, beheading, and the rival relics of John the Baptist's head. Under the rubric of skin, Hartnell addresses flaying, leprosy, plastic surgery, racial difference, and manuscripts. For as others have pointed out, most of what we know about the pre-modern past is written on skins of dead animals. Blood raises questions about phlebotomy, the anti-esmistic blood libel, bleeding icons, and devotion to the blood of Christ. Hartnell's Middle Ages encompasses the Jewish, Islamic, and Byzantine worlds, as well as Christian Europe, with technical terms supplied in Greek, Arabic, and Hebrew. The result is a thick, spicy plum pudding of a book. Hold on.
Plum pudding.
Sorry, I'm responding to messages. Okay. So, what exactly makes a body medieval? Life expectancy was shorter. Hey, Street.
What's happening?
Sorry, I go on tangents and I forget to say hello.
Hello, Street.
What's
Okay,
happened, Trusted?
I found what's supposed to be the better picture in 2017.
Does that look like a Sharpie?
Yep.
Oh shit, yeah, I can start seeing it already.
Mm-hmm. So this is the thing though. Where's that Sharpie signature, Street? Where's the Sharpie signature at the Heritage Museum that the chest was photographed? You don't see that.
Well, we do know from Forrest himself, Sharpies last longer.
I do think if it's opened up with paint program and its size is increased, that it can be seen better.
Would you be able to do that, Justin?
I'm trying right now.
It
Do you need
kind
me
of
to send
looks.
you the original?
I got the one that was the better quality that got put out.
Yeah.
First, there was the original one, and then there was one that said was better quality. The one I have
Yeah.
here, where it's
I
supposed
have
to be.
that one too. I just don't know where it is right now. I think this one may have been one of them, but it was on my old phone and I brought the phone with me, but I think it's broken because of the X, but it's on one of those phones. And when Fenn found out I had it, he was like, you can't share that with anybody. And he was kind of upset that some people had that original photo.
Oh, shit, yeah, well, I can't see it yet, but so far it looks like a better quality. I'm gonna double it in size.
Does it say necklaces?
I don't know, but I know when I was in his vault, I know that's his handwriting because he wrote on everything with Sharpie, super tiny too. And he was so organized and meticulous about everything having a place. And everything was labeled straight. It was mind-blowing how he could take all this time and curate like a mini museum in his office. That's what it was. It was like a mini museum of history just all around you, especially in the vault.
Yeah, I'd heard the rumor about him and his categorization and his love of Sharpies. The signature he gave me on that piece of paper when he took the paper back and gave me a Sharpie, you could tell it was a brand new one, like the point, you know how it writes different when you use it a lot and it kind of gets wider, and
Yeah.
you could tell it was nearly brand new, man. It looked like thin line, like a pencil.
Huh.
JF necklaces.
I don't, does that say necklaces? Is trusted on camera right now trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I think so.
The copy you had, I think it looked more clearer than this did. I increased the size 400% and it's pretty blurry.
Yeah.
Well, if you capitalize JF, it looks like a capital N, or it could be an H, the first letter of the word there, and then possibly an I follows the N or H.
Let me look at it again.
So it'd be IHNA, or I mean HI or NI, possibly.
That looks like a J.
Let me
The
try
first letter
this.
of the big name, it looks like a J. Let me see. Oh God, you gotta zoom out more. You can't zoom in, you gotta zoom out.
There it is.
What? What happened? Oh God. It has been revealed. You've been playing us all.
There it is. Oh my gosh.
Well, it shouldn't be a surprise. I told everybody when I first made my videos on YouTube back in 2019.
I find that hilarious.
Go back to, if you can, Candy, share screen.
Okay, I will share screen.
Trusted view. I'm looking at a smaller, and it just looks like a but. I can't even make out the J, barely the F, possibly. This is like taking a DMV test. It's like, I don't know what the fuck
I have to do that in a few fucking weeks. Shut up.
Yeah, I can't even tell if there's any writing there, really. It just looks like darker blotches.
There's writing, you can see it. That's like Fenn's writing, but I want to know what it says. I think it says the name. And if we could figure out the name, it might help something. So what do you want me to do, Street? Share screen, like make it so you share on screen?
No, go back to the one you were sharing.
Oh, okay.
It seemed like it's, I can see it better possibly. I don't know if anyone else can.
See, like that.
Yeah.
I don't know
Man.
what that says. It's driving me crazy. That one's like pretty smeared too, but you see it's there. It exists. Like
Yeah.
this is a little clearer.
Yeah,
Well-
that you have there is clearer.
Yeah. If
But
it's like impurities or whatever nicks in that bronze itself, you could get the shadowing going. But that doesn't look like.
that looks like a B or an S. That's an S.
Well, go up to the lid. Is there anything is it on the other corner too? And look on the bottom of the lid.
No.
There's no like hinge or nothing that would wear into it. Go down to the bottom right one on the other side and see if there's any
I
like.
don't think the picture goes to there.
Oh,
I have to
okay.
find the original one, and that's like in one of my old phones. So I'm trying to think. I think Jenny Kyle also had the original, and she posted it once. And then after that, it was altered, and they put a copyright picture, like Dale put copyright over it.
Well, I remember when he released this, I believe on Dale's, and he said part of the explanation. Look at the dragon bracelet. It's round it's the gold nice timepiece. I think he referred to him as, and he said,
Or
this is what it looked like before I hit it when I was interchanging and taking stuff. He said, I took the 2 timepieces out. He took time
Yeah.
out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he also took the amethyst right here. The amethyst, that was the one thing I wanted from the chest. I wanted to return his bracelet, and I wanted to keep this amethyst. That's all I wanted.
That key thing. I remember looking at this, that key thing yeah.
Yeah.
That's the key to what? That's on the dragon bracelet?
Yeah, it looks like it's attached to it.
It does, don't it?
Or underneath. Maybe that's underneath it. Because that's not the bracelet. It's something underneath the bracelet.
Okay.
Well, does your picture look like the next round nugget over to the right? Yeah, it does. Next to that that long nugget. You see how they photoshopped that to make it look like Bear's face?
Make it look like whose face?
Like a bear. See the
Oh.
long nugget?
Yeah.
That round one right next to it. That one's photoshopped to make it look like a bear's face.
Oh shit, I do see the bear face. I do. Little
Yeah.
mouth and the ears at the top. I never even noticed that. I thought it was Cupcake.
Oh God. Like there's the frog with his little flat feet. There's the frog. There's something else interesting. I think he took the red ring out too. You know, you don't see the emerald ring in here either.
Nope.
That's
There's no
so
pictures
weird.
of it. There's no pictures of it. None. I've never seen any pictures of it.
Well, Cynthia said Zoe has it and that they never let Fenn hide it. Like, she claims Zoe says that they took it out of the chest before Fenn could hide it because it wasn't his to hide.
Okay.
But the thing that doesn't make sense of that is that nobody knew when he hid it, remember? Except for Peggy. And that was like, 12 months later, she figured out when he hid it. So they knew he was going to hide it, but they didn't know when. So I wonder when they would have a window of time to go and take it and him not notice it. I don't think that doesn't line up for me.
Well, then again, it never came from the horse's mouth. I read in the book there was an emerald ring, which made me curious because a lot of the other things people were coming up with pictures, and then we kept seeing stuff like this. Emerald ring's never been pictured. I've heard people say in the Thrill of the Chase, I think it's Ode to Peggy Jean chapter.
Yeah.
Where they say, "Oh, right there it is. I'm still not. I don't. How do you know that's it? Oh, because this person said. I don't know. The emerald ring's missing, as far as I'm concerned."
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree, and it goes with the auction story, in my opinion. But yeah, you look at all this, and I mean, Shiloh said he has no idea about that emerald ring, and I don't blame him. He's like being bombarded by us crazies. But I'm like looking at all of this. This was 2009, I believe, right? When the raid happened. Wasn't it like 2009?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I was wondering because even in the book, Fenn says it's 13th or 12th century. Didn't he say 12th century? He said 12th century Romanesque lockbox.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's not. It's a 14th century. The oldest it can be is 14th century. So I don't know why he said 12th century because it's physically impossible, historically, physically, just it's impossible to be a 12th century Romanesque lockbox. Only 14th century.
The word Romanesque is also used associated with architecture. So you could say that something's a 12th century Romanesque and you're just referring to what the picture looks like, that kind of architecture. And I think that's what Forrest was doing. And everybody just assumed that he was saying that it was a 12th century box.
Well, I think I asked this once before, long ago. I'm starting to get deja vu, this conversation. Seriously, is a book of days or a family Bible, was that standard in the 12th century or 14th? Both of them, or one of them might have done it and one wouldn't?
It was the 14th century.
Okay, yes, that's what I thought. So why is he highlighting the words Romanesque and Book of Days or Family Bible? What?
Oh God, they got some interesting things up in here. What the hell? Oh my God. History, this is gonna make you laugh so hard. You too trusted. Okay. Not all organs possess the same dignity. If the Holy Spirit made its home in the heart, demons, in case of possession, inhabited the bowels. The process of digestion was well understood and gave rise, as always, to scatological jokes. An Anglo-Saxon riddle asks, how do you make an asshole see? The answer, by adding an O. So if you add an O to culus, asshole, you get oculus, which is eye. This is a 14th century Anglo-Saxon riddle.
Well, I went out drinking last night and I woke up with a demon in my fucking bowels. Man, my eye is seeing today.
That is hilarious. Oh my God, hold on. More fraught with anxiety were jokes about penis trees. A marginal image in a Romance of the Rose manuscript shows two nuns cheerfully plucking fruit from one, but the notorious Hammer of Witches, a 15th century witch hunting manual, fueled panic with its claim that women in league with the devil could glamour away the male organ. A witch leads one castrato seeking to reclaim his member to a penis tree and invites him to select any organ he wants, except the largest, which belongs to the priest. In the Italian town a public fountain displayed a large, extremely odd painting of such a tree. The women cavorting beneath its boughs with a swarm of ominous blackbirds may represent these witches.
So the nuns were allowed to pick the small ones, but the priests got the big ones.
I'm sorry, they were using penis trees to depict witches. I can't.
Wow. So were they circumcised, or did they have to peel back the skin before they ate the fruit?
Oh God, that's terrible. Oh, okay. Well, here it says dead bodies received as much ritual attention as live ones. Judaism and Islam religions, born in the Torah desert, demanded swift burial. But Christian funeral customs, rooted in the doctrine of bodily resurrection, were more elaborate. The practice of dividing a saint's relics among multiple churches developed early to the presumed benefit of the faithful. because even a tiny fragment of sacred bone possessed healing powers. By the 12th century, European royalty had adopted a parallel custom, choosing to have their bodies buried in one place and their hearts in another to maximize prayers for their souls. After good King Rene of Anjou died in 1480, his heart was interred in a silver coffin, shrouded in crimson cloth of gold, and carried in procession into its burial place in Angers, where it rested in state before a second funeral. Solemnized with great pomp, even more curious was the custom of the Captain dynasty. While their bodies were laid to rest in the royal necropolis of St. Denis, their intestines were buried separately with their own monuments at the nunnery of Maubusin. Tombs of the rich and famous proclaimed the duality of death, at once mortal decay and one hope celestial glory. Typical in the transient tomb of Alice Chaucer, granddaughter of the poet. Oh, Chalkner. Was it what Chalk? Wait, fuck. How do you say it? It's Chaucer. Is it Chaucer?
Don't know.
I don't remember how you say his name, but I know he's a poet. Beneath the dignified, idolized figure carved on her monument at St. Mary's, Ewelme in Oxfordshire, visitors can glimpse a very different sculpture through a grill, a skeletal cadaver, emaciated and stiff with rigor mortis. That's some fucked up shit. But I think it's funny. How do you make an asshole see? You add a no to it. That's gotta be your video tomorrow, Street. I'm gonna be disappointed if it isn't.
I'll title it, just add an O to it.
So this German saint ripped men's hearts out of their chest. This is so weird. And it was called the Mind Box. So it's like, was there supposed to be a heart in that chest instead of treasure? Like, what the fuck?
Well, heart and soul was the same thing. They thought the soul resided in the heart back then. Didn't you say that earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the heart was the focus. So, and what was the name? What's the name of that chest?
The Mind Box.
No, I mean Forrest's chest. What's the proper name? The attack on what?
Oh, they think it's called the Attack on the Castle of the Church by the World, but that's not the title. The actual title is the White City. But it's been changing hands since the 14th century. So each time someone finds it, they say a different title to it. But I remember it took me like months, and I finally found the original name for it. It's called the White City, and it like depicted a secret lover's tryst or something like that. It was really interesting. I forgot which book I found it in. And then because this is from Germany and it has everything to do with, Parzival and Wolfram von Echtenbach, it's fascinating. It's using courtly love, because we know courtly love was the trick on how they passed down the secret information that was meant to be guarded. And Frau Mine is the heart. So I think she could represent Aphrodite in a sense, right? The German version of Aphrodite.
Okay.
But also Venus. And we know in the Mayas, Venus is super important. So I'm trying to figure out if I can find more on all of this under different Google searches. But she's not nice. She's not a nice one. She's scary. Let's see. This one's showing 15th century. That's a different one. Yeah. Allegorical depiction of women's power over men's hearts. That's too great. Or the Venus of Old German Legends. Okay, so let me try that. German legend. I want to try and figure out what that signature says. Or I don't think it's signature. I think it's just like, a note. It could say the title.
Some type of categorization.
You know what I think it says, Street? I think it says Frau Mine. Hold on. Let me go back to that signature. I think I might see it from mine. Hold on. How the fuck? These are so blurry. It's ridiculous. I don't know what that says. I honestly don't know what the fuck that says. I don't think we're ever gonna find out. Like, what the hell is that?
Well, to the left of it, I see like a 50. There's a 5 and a 0.
Huh.
Do you guys see that to the left of that S right there with the arrow? Look over to the left and you'll see where it's still green and then you got the brown patch on the corner. It looks like a 5-0.
I bought this for $50.
I can see the 5 now that you mentioned that. Yeah, 5-0.
Yeah, you're talking about this right here, right?
Yes.
That that blurs. Oh wait, what's that? That is so pixelated. What the hell? It hurts my eyeballs. Why does everything have to be so pixelated?
I'm definitely agreeing with that 5-0. Call 5-0, 5-0.
Troy's just messaged me and said put a link in there. He has a high resolution he'll share, high resolution picture.
The link's it's added in the Zoom or in the on the page on YouTube. I pinned it.
Uh-huh.
Why is it not pinned?
I
pinned
don't.
it.
I'm not looking at chat, so I didn't know it was pinned.
I thought I pinned it. Hold on. I totally thought I pinned it. Am I losing my mind? Pin message. It's not letting me pin my own message? Okay, now it's pinned. Like, it took 4 tries. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I got a quick fun fact.
What?
Look at the name Allah, which is in the Bible, and then there's like 9 different variations of it. But this variation where they changed the interpretation to mean just the word these, if you put the Allah back into it, Allah, generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created in the day the Lord God made the earth and heavens. Allah, the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man. So it goes on and on and on and on where it talks about the generations were created by Allah. I just thought I'd throw that in there, seeing it is nobody knows that.
Welcome home.
Hey, Troy.
Hey, if you want me to share the 2000 by 2000 resolution of that photo.
Yeah, hold on. Let me figure out how to do that again.
This is the same one that Galaxy has, the one that I could share.
Okay. Yeah, Galaxy has the same picture I have, but I don't know where I have my original one at.
Yeah, this
It's
is
in like
the
one of those
original.
phones.
This is the original here. Did you guys see it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's 2000 by 2000.
Yeah, but still blurry as hell.
Yeah, I mean, you're only going to be able to go in so far, and then, I agree with you. I think that looks like a JR, but my eyes aren't that good.
Or JF.
Or JF, yeah. And I do see this does look like a 5 or something, but the problem is once you go in, like right around now, you're seeing all artifacts, and it just enhances the artifact. But Street was asking about the other corners. No,
Wait, can you zoom in
doesn't.
real fast to the
Over here?
screen share? I want to take a screenshot.
How far do you want me to zoom in?
As far as it goes until it's not blurry. Okay, right there works.
Well, that's yeah. Street
Thank
mentioned.
you.
Street said he wanted to see the other corners. It doesn't look like there's anything like that on the right corner.
Hold on, the bottom right does have some around the outside lip, man. It's like indentation. See, we're not getting,
Yeah,
we're
that-
getting shiny and shadow, but it does appear to have some imperfections down in the corners is where the weight's going to hit.
Yeah, from the lid, but I mean, I don't see any text on there.
I see a cross right where your pointer's at. I see a line going across and
Over
up.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a scratch. In the back, it looks like there might be something over here. I don't know.
Well, most of the weight for like the rubbing and jarring and scoring where it hits the rest, the lid rest is going to be on the outside corners. Well, it'd be the outside from the hinge. The farthest from the hinge is going to bear the most weight.
Hey Troy, can you send me that photo in an email?
Yeah, sure.
Because I used to have that one. I just lost it and it's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I'll send it right. I'll
When
send
you
it.
were zooming in and out on that corner,
Which
I
one?
thought I
That's it.
spotted that corner, yeah. When you
Tell me when to stop. Like,
No, but I was gonna say, when you were zooming
yeah,
in and
that
out of
does look
that,
like an F. That does. I mean, that definitely looks like a J.
but I mean the big writing, I spotted what looked like Hausfeld, Hausfeld.
Yeah. See, you can see. See, I'm trying to debate. Is that an R or an F? See, that's hard to tell.
It says JF and then it says
Yeah, I don't think you'll
Zoom-
ever make that out. It looks like maybe a V, but I can't.
yeah, I
make
think
any
it's
of that.
either a B or a
And that looks like an A. Really hard to tell.
Victorious. Victours.
I don't know. Yeah, it could be a V.
See, the big question is why won't they show the inside galaxies in the chat? You should jump in here. Why
I
won't
know
they
where's
show?
Galaxy.
If they show, just what Galaxy was just talking to Lucky Digger about, if they show the inside of the chest that was at Heritage, and for some reason they won't show it, I would mainly want to concern because this is what we were comparing to the photo that Forrest came out with on June 16th, 2020. And the other thing you can do is pull it in Photoshop or GIMP or any kind of editing program and change the levels or the curves so that you could lighten the dark areas and darken the bright areas. And you'll see the text a lot better if you do that. But zooming in, I mean, the other numbers that we see back here are clearly numbers because they're not scratches. You can tell that it's a font or something, like stamp something on there, and that doesn't appear on this image. So let me email that. Let me email this image to you before I forget. You can open it on a PC. I don't know if it's going to open on your phone. It might be pretty large.
It should be able to.
All right, let me send it to you.
oh snap.
Oh, I found something interesting.
Oh snap. I just found Hauser bronze.
Yeah.
Hauser bronze sculptors.
Yeah, I think that goes
in
back to
galleries around the world.
yeah, isn't that the 19th century one or 18th century? Does it have any markings on the bottom?
Well, I'm just seeing where it's Alan Hauser bronze sculpture.
Huh.
Still sending it. It's 5 megabytes. You should have it. It's sent it.
Jim Hauser. Western artist Jim Hauser bronze.
Let me also
See,
send it.
I am right. I am right. I freaking knew it. Okay, so this is the Goths, the first Germanic tribe to be converted, embraced Christianity in the form of Arianism, but they soon gave way to the Franks, who became the dominant people in the conversation of their king Clovis to Christianity. In 496 was a decisive importance. The conversion of Germany, vigorously carried on since the 8th century by Irish and Anglo-Saxon missionaries, notably by Saint Boniface, was completed when Charlemagne forced the heathen Saxons to submit to his rule and to be baptized, and united all the German tribes under his sway. Under him and his successors, Christianity was firmly established. The clergy became the representatives of learning. The newly established monasteries and their schools, above all those of Fulda and St. Gall, were the centers of culture. The language of the church was Latin, but preaching and instruction had to be carried on in the vernacular. The prose literature that arose to serve this purpose is only of linguistic interest. The poetry that developed during this period was wholly Christian in character. Examples are the Westenbrunner Geblet and the Muspili, the latter an alternative poem on the destruction of the world. Both date from the 9th century. The church naturally opposed the old heathen songs and strove to supplant them by Christian poems. Thus arose the Old Saxon epic, the Highland, which was composed between 822 and 840 by an unknown poet at the suggestion of King Louis the Pious. It is written in Low German and is the last great poem in alliterative verse. The story of the Redeemer is here told from a thoroughly German point of view. Christ being conceived as a mild but powerful chief, and his disciples as vassals or thanes. The same subject is treated in the Evangelische Bunch of Ottfried, a monk of Wiesenberg, the first German poet known by name. It was completed about possessing and literary merit of the Highland. It is of the greatest importance because it definitely introduces into German poetry the principle of rhyme, already familiar from the Latin church hymns. Rhyme was also used by the unknown author of the Ludwigslied to celebrate the victory of Louis III over the Northmen at Saucourt. This is the only song of the period not purely religious in character, though its author was probably a cleric. So what's interesting is that they talk about St. Boniface. And the only reason I ever found anything on St. Boniface was I was looking up feast days for saints because of the Saint of the Relics through King Charlemagne. And June 5th is St. Boniface. He's the one that chopped down Thor's tree. So this is interesting. During the 9th and 10th centuries, German poetry fell into neglect at the courts of the Saxons and Franconian emperors. And in the monasteries, the Latin language was almost exclusively cultivated, and thus a body of Latin poetry arose, of which the 10th century Lotharius of Eckhard, a monk of St. Gall, and the Ebascus Captivi are the most noteworthy examples. The Welthroyd relates an old Burgundian saga and is thoroughly German in spirit, while the Ekbasis is the oldest medieval beast epic that we possess. The Latin dramas of the nun Roswitha hardly belong to German literature. The great master of German prose in this period was Notker III, surnamed Labeo, the head of the convent school of St. Gall. His translations from Boethius, Aristotle, Marcanius Capella, and especially of the Pulsar, are the best examples of German prose until the 14th century. Okay, so this is a really important part. So the period of chivalry and the Crusades, Middle High German poetry. In the 11th century, under the influence of the Reform movement, the emanated from the Burgundian monastery of Cluny, a spirit of stern asceticism begins to dominate in literature. The church, in its struggle with the emperors, turned against the people to carry through the reforms of Gregory the Sixth. And although the poets of the beginning of this period were almost exclusively clerics, they at least wrote in German. The literature which they produced consists mainly of rhymed versions of biblical stories and other sacred themes, and is represented by Azo's Lay of the Miracles of Christ, William's paraphrase of the Canticle of Canticles, and the poems of Frau Eva. Some of the best poetry of this time was inspired by devotion to the Blessed Virgin, as for instance, not going to say it. A most noteworthy product of the age is half legendary Enoilade, a poem in praise of Archbishop Anno II of Cologne. A bulky poem narrating the history of the world presents a strange melody of legendary and historic lore. The bitter hostility of the sick spirit to the worldly life finds expression in the scathing satire of Heinrich von Melk. But asceticism was closing ground under the influence of the Crusades. The prestige of the knightly caste were steadily rising. In compromise, the secular spirit became imperative, and the clerical poets, to keep their audiences and meet the competition of the gleemen, now had recourse to worldly subjects. For their models, they turned to France. Huh.
Hey, let me just say something really quick. I emailed that same photo that I sent to Candy. I sent it to Street, Trusted Living, and I also sent it to Fenn at Treasure Warriors. So
Thank you.
If you guys want to look at it, whatever that's the same image that Galaxy has. You know, that I believe there might even be a higher resolution than that one that I sent, but I can't find it, and neither can Galaxy. So, but yeah, have at it, man. I agree with you. I think it's either a JF or a JR, but I don't know what that word on the right is. I can't make that out. You got your eyes are much better than mine. I can't see it.
So check this out. Right here, it's talking about everything that I talk about, and I'm not even making it up. So the courtly epic deals almost exclusively with foreign subjects, as models were derived mostly from France. The subject most in favor was the Metier de Bretagne, the legends clustering around King Arthur and the Round Table, with which that of the Holy Grail had been combined. This subject was made especially popular by the versions of the French Trouvère, Christian de Troyes, who exerted great influence in the German courtly epic. Chivalry and the cult of women are the leading motifs of this poetry. The court epic was introduced into Germany by Heinrich von Weltke, a knight of the Lower Rhineland, whose Aeneid, based on a French model, treats the story of Aeneas in thoroughly medieval and chivalric spirit. The court epic was transplanted to Upper Germany by the Swabian Hartmann von Au. Okay, so Swabia is where Fenn's chest actually comes from. So this is the right area. So in his Eric, E-R-E-C, he introduced the Arthurian romance into German literature. His Iwian is from the same cycle. His Gregorius is an aesthetic version of the Epidus story. His best-known work is Der Arm Heinrich, which, as a purely German story of womanly devotion, occupies a unique position among the creations of the courtly poets. The greatest of these poets is Wolfram von Echtenbach, whose chief work is his Parzival, the story of the simpleton who overcomes doubt and temptation, and ultimately becomes king of the Holy Grail. We have here the story of the human soul. To the cycle of Grail romances belong also the so-called titular fragments. While Wolfram's last work, Wilhelm, is an historical legend which, however, remained incomplete. Opposed to Wolfram in spirit is his great rival Gottfried von Strasbourg, whose Tristan is a glorification of sensual love and somewhat dubious morality. With Godfrey, the court epic reached its highest development. With him, excessive artificially begins to appear, and soon the species of poetry declines rapidly. The succeeding poets, in trying to imitate the great master just mentioned, fall into tedious diffusiveness. Their epics too often become a meaningless string of adventures. Rudolf of Ems and Conrad von Wurzburg are the most gifted among these epigons. The former is the author of narrative poems like Der Gerhard. So I know Swabia is the right area. And so if they're talking about all this specifically, it should be this person right here that they just mentioned. Hartmann von Au? Huh. He was a Minsinger. Little is known concerning his life, neither the place nor the date of his birth. Okay. That's weird. It says the Eric, early work composed about 1192, marks the introduction of Arthurian romances into German literature. It was modeled on the French poem of Christian de Troyes, but considerably amplified, the otherwise altered. Its fundamental motif is the conflict between mine and knightly honor. Huh. Is this? What the hellfire? Medieval Oedipus, who unwittingly marries his own mother but atones for his enormities by most rigorous penance, and in the end is esteemed a saint and elected pope. The charming tale of womanly devotion, a poor maid offers herself as a sacrifice that her lord, who is smitten with leprosy, may be healed, but at the last moment the knight refuses the sacrifice. As a reward, he is miraculously restored to health, and the maiden becomes his wife. For his work, the poet used a written source, probably a Latin chronicle, of which, however, nothing definite is known. Okay, that's fascinating. Is the name of the chest the Eric? It's spelled E-R-E-C. Straight.
Yes,
It's spelled E-R-E-C.
that's the German spelling of Eric.
I don't know how that's pronounced, but yeah, that's how it's spelled. It looks like it's saying Eric, as in Eric Sloan, maybe? What? Because I know for a fact Bavetta traced Fenn's treasure chest to Swabia. And when they're talking about courtly love and Frau Mine and everything like that, it goes directly to this person right here. Hartmann von Aue, a Middle High German epic poet and minsinger. And he's between 1210 and 1220. And it talks about all the scenes that we see on the chess motif itself.
It was in one of his poems. He was referring to it.
It wasn't just a poem, it was the miniatures. Like the way they created holy relics and reliquary chests is they based it off of different allegories through poetry, and especially in France. So France, Germany, Swabia, Rastenbahn, all these different areas, it went from being referred to as troubadours to minnesingers, because when you get more into the Swabia, German, Rastenbahn area, it goes from being a troubadour to a minnesinger. And the minnesingers were the ones for courtly love, because again, mine, M-I-N-N-E, is German for love. And that's why they call the main deity for that is the Frau Mine. And she's the one that ripped like the hearts out of men's chests and stuff for the courtly love symbolic representation, or like allegories. But this one in particular is called the Eric.
Eric in German is E-R-I-C-H.
Is it? But
Yeah.
then what about E-R-E-C? Like, what does that mean?
Oh.
I want to look that up. E-R-E-C.
E-R-I-C, E-R-I-K, and E-R-I-C-H are used in
No,
German.
it's Eric. I just found it. It actually means Eric.
That I'm just saying that that's not how they spell it in Eric. It's or in Germany.
No, they still do. It shows right here that Eric tells the story of how Eric, a knight at King Arthur's court, wins the hand of a beautiful Enid, but even through excessive devotion to his wife, neglects his duties as a knight and lord. Realizing his error, he sets out from the court on a series of increasingly challenging adventures in which he tests Enid's loyalty and gains insight into the purpose of knighthood. Unlike Hartmann's later romance, Eileen, which survives in 16 complete manuscripts, Eric is preserved in only a single, much later manuscript, the Embracer, Heldenbach, and a few small fragments. In spite of its limited manuscript.
EREC is French, by the way.
Is it French?
That's what I'm saying. So the name EREC is primarily a male name of French Arthurian Romance origin. It means always ruler. But that's on
Okay.
babynames.com. I don't know whether or not they
That's
know.
funny.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it is French. So King Arthur hunting the white stag. Okay, because I know that chest goes back to Swabia. Okay, so that's fascinating. Arthurian court. Huh. It's like a Romeo and Juliet type thing. Severely wounded in his battle with the giants, Eric loses consciousness after a lengthy lament, believing Eric dead. And he is about to kill herself with his sword when Count Oringles is attracted by her cries. When Enid refuses Oringles' entreaties to marry him, he starts to beat her, but her cries rouse Eric, who kills Oringles. Eric and Enid are reconciled, and Eric apologizes for testing her. What a dickhead. A squire escaping from Oringles castle goes to tell Govers in the neighboring kingdom how his lord has been slain by a dead man. Rides with his retainers to assist him, not recognizing each other. Eric and Gru's fight. Eric, already weak from his wounds, is defeated, but when Annie begs for his life, Gru's recognizes her. Eric and Nini are invited to stay at Gru's castle. Penifric. Gru's sisters gave Annie a horse, which is described in great detail. Huh. Joy of the Court. The manuscripts. What? This is so interesting. What the hell? Yeah, it goes back to Bavaria. What in the hell? This shit goes so deep, I don't even know if I'm ever gonna comprehend it at this point. It's literally the earliest extant German Arthurian romance. Oh shit. Is that the same? Is that the same artwork? No fucking way. Is that the same artwork? What the hell? The Stranger Knight and his dwarf.
Every knight needs a dwarf.
I don't know what I'm looking into. I'm just looking for marking underneath, because the fake one has a marking underneath. I don't even get here. Now I gotta go. Okay, it goes there. What in the hellfire? I don't know why I keep going down these damn rabbit holes. This is 1300s. Wasn't that one? Now I need to go back to, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this. Go back to Discord. Find the chest. Oh God, where is it?
You know what I found? I was just messing around. I searched for Eric, EREC, Rex, REX. It's a children's book, right? It's called the Rex series. It's about magic and lower Earth. But one of the characters' names in there is June. It's his sister. Oh, mother, June.
Huh.
Eric Rex. I mean, I don't think it's related, but it's Eric Ulysses Rex was the character's full name. Peter Rex, S.C. Rex, Edward Rex, Elizabeth Rex, Posey Rex, Pluto Rex, Juno O'Hara. I mean, I don't think that's related to anything. I'm just telling you, I thought it was kind of funny to stuff that comes up.
I know. It's funny. It goes into oh no. No. I think Bavetta got out of Discord.
Another thing I've noticed, Troy, is certain words from the poem trigger me when I see them in movies or read them in like articles. It's like, oh, what? What was that?
Yeah, back to Shiloh. Shit. Okay.
Does
You
it
guys
happen to
have-
anyone else or just me? It has to happen to other people.
Well, I found the REC in the poem.
You guys are weirdos.
There's
Hold
all
on.
the French, the Zoya de la Courte episode in Iraq, the Horn of Bran. I searched for Eric, EREC, treasure. Then Tasu, Tazai, Fanon, whatever. Apparently, that Rex story is about treasure, interesting enough. Eric Rex. Underwater, I guess. Eric at Enide, the online medieval and classic library.
I have a question. We've all went boots on the ground. If you were out boots on the ground and you seen a purposefully placed field of trash, would you consider it a fake blaze?
No.
Wait, what?
Bunch of trash? No.
If you, basically, I like the phrase purposefully placed field of trash. Would you consider that a fake blaze?
No, consider it litter that somebody dumped there.
I just picture, honestly, I think, okay, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I come across a trash dump. I'm not going to go picking through it.
Who's picking through trash?
Well, that Dalek IG guy, he was showing things at the location that was the same as mine. And there was a olive jar with the rusty lid. There was a flat piece of aluminum, heavy gauge aluminum. And he said there was other things, including the remains of an airplane that crashed.
Wow. I just heard a story of a searcher where they came around a corner, a rock corner. They're out in the middle of nowhere, and they started seeing a bunch of trash. And when they walked around the corner and peeked and looked, it was a purposefully placed field of trash. And they like was rummaging through it, thinking it was a blaze at the time.
I don't know how they realized that it was a purposefully placed.
That doesn't surprise me, man. They're the guy Vox Paz on Thor, but he goes way back. I remember on Dow's, he posted Solve, and his blade was a piece of animal shit on top of a section of a tire thread.
Oh,
Yeah.
beautiful.
I mean, I'm not joking. I'm not being sarcastic. He's really serious about it.
Mhm.
Up in Montana, it was a piece of animal crap on top of a tire tread.
Yep.
No wonder why Forrest is getting pissed off near the end.
I found it. Here it is.
The man spent 15 years on there to put a piece of animal crap on a tire. Oh, I don't know. So how was it aged? He put it up on the roof next to Moses up there, and he aged it up on the roof before he put it out there. Zozo's asking me if it was aged. I don't know. You know, I think we need a turd sniffing dog out there in Montana.
It might have been petrified. That's a
Could be,
possibility.
could be. Forrest took one of his pets up to Yellowstone one year and wandered around Montana with him.
Oh, Galaxy's entering.
He probably found it when he dug up that pet grave of Kent and
Okay.
Esther.
Yeah, right. Oh my God, Galaxy's coming on. Cool.
Yep.
I knew that image would get him here.
How are you guys
Hey,
doing?
Galaxy.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not too much.
We summoned you.
Nice to
Yes.
see you.
You too. I just happened to turn it on and I seen you guys were talking about 158.
Yep. So I figured we get the expert on it because you probably spent more time looking at that image, you and your friend Brian, than any of us. And I sent it to Street and I sent it to Trusted and Candy and also sent it to Ben.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of know how it is, Troy. It's like you can't really do much if they won't show the inside of the other pictures.
Yeah. Now I'm curious. What do you think that is that Candy pointed out? Do you think that's a JR or a JF? And do you think it is an aberration or an artifact, or do you think it was intentionally put there?
I think it could be either JF or JR. I'm not really sure.
It's hard to tell.
But it's hard to tell too if it's like engraved in there or if it's just like, I mean, is it written with a marker, you know?
My biggest thing with that image is the fact that they put the metadata in there for April 1st, 1881, right? It's 1881, yeah. Why would that? I mean, that was intentionally put in there. You know that. I know that. You use this application that's all you do with it is go in there and add metadata. So why did he put that in that image for a scrapbook?
I'll give
No.
my 2 cents on that. April 1st, we all know that's a joke date. 1881, right?
Yeah, there's significance
What?
to 1881 in Wyoming.
Okay, 1-8 is 9. 8-1 is 9. 9-9, double omegas.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one.
What if it was simply just to hide the date that it was actually taken? Just, you know, they were covering up that it was after 2010, so it wouldn't make sense with the storyline.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. He could have snapped the picture whenever that scrapbook came out.
Yeah,
Just 2
yeah, no,
days
but
before
what?
the scrapbook came out. Yep, here it is.
Yeah, but wait a minute though. I think you would agree with this too, Galaxy. If they were smart enough to use an application that's solely intended for putting in metadata, he could just as easily have removed the metadata and just left it at that.
Very
I mean,
true,
you could do that on Windows, right? Go to your desktop, right click on any file, and click on down where it says properties. When you open up the properties on the bottom, it'll say remove all personal information, and it'll go through there and it completely annihilate everything that's in there, date created and all kinds of stuff. You wipe it out, and then it saves it as a copy, and then you can send it out. But yeah, the metadata app, he could have just removed it because it was obvious. It wasn't even hidden in there. It was just literally a creation and date taken. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if he just did that just to, because he knew people were going to take it and examine it. The people were always looking for metadata. So he figures, I'll mess with them and put April 1st in there, and put it out there. I don't know.
So why do you think the first picture they came out with was like a picture of a picture? What do you think the reason for that would be?
I don't know. That guy, Will, you know who I'm talking about, Will, Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, he pointed it out to me, and I mean, I noticed that too. It's obvious that why did they do that? Because that scan line, I mean, that row or that column, I'm sorry, it doesn't even belong there. Like, so clearly they composited it and then they cropped it. But why would they do that? They didn't crop out that line. But he believes that, and this might be his own bias. He admits that, but he knows what that coax cable, and he believes he knows what that device is that's attached to it, and he thinks that that's a hint to the location where the real chest was. That's what he believes. And he believes that he put that in the June 16th photo on purpose for anybody that's astute enough or on the right track that they would pick up the hint. And he believes that is in New Mexico. He obviously he's not going to tell us where because he's going there this summer, but that's what he thinks. I don't know. I didn't even notice that was coax until he pointed it out. I'm like, damn, why did nobody see that? It seems so obvious, you know?
What all is coax cable used for? Is that just?
Well,
know,
no,
I
I
think-
mean, well, they could use it for satellite. They could use it for a Wi-Fi. You could use it for a cell, a portable cell, a repeater. Like if you're out in the middle of the woods, the rangers use stuff like that, right? So if you had one at a campsite, you could set up a temporary base, you know, let's call it antenna, and then it's connected with coax cable to your system, just like a cable TV or the old we used to do in the back in the day. Well, they still do it today. They use coax, but there's white coax cable, black coax cable, but that's definitely coax. So he wherever they took that picture from was not like out in the middle of the woods. You're not going to find a piece of coax like that. So either he staged it, or I'm thinking he was at a campsite, not a mobile home campsite, but a campsite out there, and maybe they didn't have cell service, so they bought a small cell tower. But he actually believes it's for a system they call LORAN, which is actually two-way satellite communication. And using a device like that, Forrest, would actually even be able to monitor the treasure chest. The only problem with that is that he said that the battery technology, even in the military, he said you'd be pressing it to make it even last, let's say, I think he said 5-6 years without maintenance. The battery just simply wouldn't last that long. But when him and I were talking, I said, you know, he doesn't need to run it continuously. He could set it up so that it runs maybe once a day, and it just sets out like a homing beacon, like I'm here, you know, every morning. It sends for a split second, send out that signal, and then Forrest could just go look in the morning and say, yep, it's still where I put it. But that's speculation, he said. I mean, obviously, we don't know that.
Yeah.
And by the way, he told me he wants to be a scab, so I added him to the scab list.
I'm disappointed you guys didn't go to Vegas.
I'm disappointed you didn't go to Vegas.
Who says I didn't?
Sure.
That was
I
right.
would've- I would have noticed that redhead freaking pale ass coming out from a mile away. Shut up. The dark
suck
brown
at-
red hair.
I suck at poker, number one. Number two, I don't have money to get there. Number three, I can't travel right now. But I mean, I hope everybody had fun that was there. Sounds like you all did. So
Yeah, it was really fun. It was cool.
Hmm.
Sorry, I'm down the
were you surprised
rabbit
Greg
hole
showed
of
up?
thought.
Were you surprised Greg showed up out there?
Yeah, him and Tisha, they got fucked up.
Yeah, he told me about that. He called me this morning when when he got home this afternoon. He said they got completely wasted. He said you did too.
Me?
Yeah, I think he said you did too. Tisha and somebody else. They had to, like, I don't know, they had to bring Tisha home or something. I don't know. He didn't tell me all the details, but yeah.
Yeah, she she smoked a little too much and it knocked her on her ass.
Yeah, lucky digger. The pictures that Barbarisi has are far, far, far too useless. They are so low resolution. You can't just take an image like that and zoom in and look at anything, and you're not seeing any detail. It doesn't work that way. The image, you can't zoom in deeper than the actual image resolution that it was taken at on the CCD. So if that chest was like, let's say 8 feet away from the camera and he took it there, you can't like zoom in as if you were 1 foot away from the chest. It doesn't work like that. And what happens is that the algorithms that resample the image every time you zoom in another level, what they tend to do is they look at high contrast areas, which would be something like text, for example, and it enhances it, like sort of like JPEG artifacts, and it just makes it more and more and more pronounced. And you'll zoom in thinking you're looking at a letter or a number, and you're not. You're just looking at an aberration that was created, from the shadows or from the lighting. You just can't do that. It doesn't work that way. If that was the case, they'd be able to take an image from a satellite, on Google Earth. I should be able to drop a quarter on the ground and you could zoom in on Google Earth and read the quarter. You can't do that. The military could probably do it. They have satellites that have that high enough resolution, but we don't have access to that. So yeah, the Barbarisi photos are useless, and they purposely, in my opinion, and probably Galaxy too, there's a reason why they're not showing us the inside of that box. Because come on, when it was at the law office or whatever, where K-Pro thinks it was, Shiloh could have opened that box and took a picture of the inside. The museum, and the one guy that we're talking about here, that Will, he went to the museum and he asked them, "Can you take it out and let me take a picture of it? The inside, you can hold it. I won't touch it. You take it out, hold it." And he was told by the manager there that they were specifically instructed by the owner. He didn't call it the LC, but he said, "We were specifically instructed by the owner to not let anybody take any pictures of any of the items outside of the case." So
How
clearly
convenient.
they don't want people to see the inside. Why, we don't know, I'm sorry, Galaxy, what were you saying?
I was saying how convenient, huh?
Yeah, I don't get it. What's the big deal? Just open it up and take a picture of the inside. Because you want to see the same thing, like Candy's looking at them corners. That's what we want to see. We want to see inside the wood grain. Why can't they simply do that?
I think it's because that high resolution picture got out.
Yeah, the one, and you know what? That other dude, I don't know what his name is because you didn't tell anybody, but I believe the one that I sent to Candy, and well, you've seen it already, and I sent it to Will, and I believe that's like 2,000 by 2,000 pixels, something like that. But I think
Yep.
there's a higher resolution one than that. I don't know.
Yeah, there is. He has the Forrest Fenn Treasure Fraud is his title on YouTube, but I think his name is Don. He won't.
But he won't give you that picture, did he?
No, he says he has ones of the lawyer's office too.
High res.
He says.
Yeah, it's too bad he won't give them to you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because if that one in the lawyer's office was, let's say, 10,000 by 10,000, you could probably zoom in, But the way that is, there's no way you can zoom in to see any kind of detail on that treasure chest at all.
Well, why wouldn't someone want to share it if they have the best picture out there? Why wouldn't they want to share it? That makes no sense, does it?
Maybe he thinks he's got an edge and he wants to go to court, or who knows?
Yeah.
He's trying to keep his evidence to himself. I don't know.
I think
If you put it out there, if you tell somebody like we're doing right now, if you tell somebody and they see it, they'll try to come up with an excuse. Oh, well, that's because of this. But if you surprise them in court, with evidence, then they're not going to be able to refute it that easily. I don't know. Or they don't have anything and it's bullshitting them, and that's the highest res that he has. It's the same one that we have. I don't know.
Candy, what do you think? You're talking
Think
about
about
the
what?
bottom all of a sudden.
What?
I said, what do you think? You're talking about the bottom of the chest all of a sudden.
Oh, because Cynthia told me that the members of the LLC, and she was also offered to look at, there's a marking allegedly on the bottom of the chest that was being, held at Heritage. And allegedly that marking reveals that the chest is from the 18th century.
So why would they show that to her, not anybody else?
Well, so that's the thing. She didn't look. She was pissed off. She was like, I don't want to see it. But allegedly, the other 5 members of the LLC did see it.
Well, like I'm saying, this guy went in there and asked them, and they specifically told the museum they didn't want anybody to do it. So I'm confused why they would offer it to certain people.
I have no idea. Maybe connections with friends. Like, we all know Posey is one of the people of the LLC. And we know Cynthia has always been really close with Posey. So it makes sense that he'd offer her to see it, but she refused to see it. But now she's regretting that, and she wished she did see it. So I'm trying to find the origins of how we could go from like 14th century to 18th century.
Well,
And
you know what confuses me about that though? Like, it seems to me that they don't want anybody that's really technical, that knows their shit, that see this stuff. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because let's look at Ben, right? Ben wanted to see that fucking jar, and they knew that Ben is smart, so they wouldn't show him the jar. Like they would probably show it to somebody that doesn't know any better. But when Ben said, "I want to see it, and I want to be able to examine it in the lab to see if it's been tampered with," they right out refused, even if he offered them $50,000. Now, why would they do that?
hold on. What the hell?
I'll be right back, by the way.
Hold on. Wait, what?
Spit it out.
Didn't Forrest have a remember? Okay, so it was, I think it's in Too Far to Walk, which I don't know where my book is right now. But you know how he had Campbell's soup, Andy Warhol painting thingy? You know that? Do you remember that? Oh my God.
Vaguely.
I gotta save this. I think I found something I'm not supposed to find. Okay. This is interesting. Goes back to like the Night of Broken Glass and all kinds of stuff. How could this? Because here, I remember, oh God, I gotta find it now. Was it a Coca-Cola can he ran over? Or was it a Campbell soup can?
Coca-Cola. Because I think he named it Coca.
I can't remember what it was. Oh my God, it's gonna drive me crazy.
I never read. The only book I read of his was A Thrill of the Chase. I have no clue.
It was my favorite thing. He had it hanging up in his garage in his little workshop where it showed all the little animal bones and his little rocks and his like it's a Coca-Cola. I think it was a Coca-Cola can. Hold on. It's supposed to be Andy Warhol copy. Let me see. Can art images. Which one was it? It looked like it was ran over. He said it was a replica.
I think it was Campbell soup. Whoever said that, I think you're right.
It was either Campbell soup or the Coca-Cola one. But it was
I'm pretty sure it was Campbell soup. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about. I think it was Campbell soup.
Well, that's the case. That just got interesting. For realsies. What the hell did I just find?
How does it relate? Why don't you spit it out?
I'm going down a rabbit hole of the ownership of the chest. Goes back to some certain things, and I found something titled The Brown Terror. And these people were also linked to not only the Mainburg Castle, but also the chest itself. And it mentions something about Campbell's condensed tomato soup art. And it says much more could be told about the descendants of Judith, respectively Benjamin Baugager. Many an antidote emerged from our investigations. Could recount the amusing stories of mistaken identities and the twins of Otto and Eugen, who unwittingly had worked similar sales routes, hereby causing confusion among customers all over the world. One could write extensively about the art collections of Kurt Leopold and his wife Erna, who bequeathed Andy Warhol's classic Campbell's condensed soup, tomato soup, together with other masterpieces and coin collections to the art museum. St. Gallen, and whose house was filled with Picassos, Miros, Patenwassers, Ernsts, Magrittes, etc. Same is true for the unique mint collection of Switzerland that Werner Bargager donated to the Historical and Ethnographical Museum of St. Gallen. And one might cast a glance over to England and talk about Gilbert de Botton's patronage of the arts, about his portrait sessions with Lucian Froude and Francis Bacon, and about the Tate Gallery of Modern Art confounded by him. But it would be equally possible to look into the descendants' everyday life and tell about the field hockey players and models in Argentina or the volleyball players in California. So I don't know what I have. I don't know what I have right now. I don't know what I have. I'm just following the owners of the chest, and it's like getting some weird shit into the art world and secret identities and hiding from the Germans and the Night of the Broken Glass, victims of the Brown Terror with a capital B for Brown. Among the Jews persecuting the Third Reich, the family of Elise Newfield, for instance, a granddaughter of Berthold Baragot, was among the luckier ones. Elise had already been born in Germany as daughter of Henriette Bergerger and Hermann Newfield, a merchant from Patzen near Hanover in 1923. She married the doctor of jurisprudence Max Whale of Eltperfield, today Wuppertal. Max had been working in Dusseldorf. So it talks about the Night of Broken Glass. And it talks about through negotiations which brought about the loss of all of his assets in Germany, he was able to attain his release in December 5th, 1938. But with England, he escaped to the United States.
There you go. I shared the screen that the Campbell soup. I heard his auctions, nobody sold the postcard of it.
Oh, let me see. Hold on.
Signed by Andy Warhol. Famed 100 Cans painting, boldly signed by Warhol.
Yeah, but where's the one for Fenn?
I didn't. I'm just saying that's a picture of that he signed of a poster of it. But now I'm definitely sure it was Campbell soup. I know the story. I don't have it handy. I don't have the book handy.
It's in Too Far to Walk, but I don't know where my book is right now. I don't remember. I remember looking at it in his garage. And he told me it was a fake, but I'm not so sure. What the hell did I find? Some secret shit up in here. And go back to the Monument Men and everything. The hell did I find? What are these things? What in the hell? This is Auschwitz. Huh. USA. I don't even know what I have here. Guess I should try and bookmark it for later.
If somebody posted, I hit the riches about it here. It says, do you wonder why Forrest wrote about Andy Warhol, who painted Campbell soup cans a few times? So it was Campbell soup. I was trying to find the story, but It
Well,
was
it
definitely.
shows that the family of these people I'm reading about that was once the owner of that chest have the original painting. Or like not painting, but you know what I mean.
I think the original Andy Warhol was like 6 or 8 cans, like 3 on top, or a row of 4, 3 or 4 on top and bottom, and it had like yellow outline, and it was fucking Campbell tomato soup cans, and it sold for, man, I'm thinking, at it was extraordinary, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it, and I was younger, and it was like, that's fucking, who the fuck are these stupid people buying that shit, man? So that we're talking about, that's who I would at a young age saying that's the stupid people I was talking about. What the fuck? Okay. They own the chest, huh? Huh.
I don't know what I'm finding.
Would any of you spend $1 million on that Andy Warhol, just 6 or 8 tomato soup cans drawn on a, it's a pretty good sized portrait. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's
Nope.
like,
Not
it's
even
pretty
if
good
I
stuff.
had, not even if I had $19 billion.
19 billion
Yeah, that's how much up for grabs.
inside the pawn chest. Ew.
Warren Buffett said he was giving away his entire fortune. And when he said what he was giving, he excluded about $19 billion worth, which is not known what's going to happen with that.
Yeah,
I-
so Lucky just sent me a photo inside the chest of one of Dan Barbarisi's photos, and it doesn't have that signature on the corner at all.
You can't use that photo. It's not high enough resolution.
But you could tell there was something there once. It looks
No, I
blurred
didn't.
out,
No, not
actually.
in the Barbarisi one. No, there's nothing. There's nothing you
No,
can see. in the
I'm
photo.
looking at it. It looks like there was once a signature there, but it's like blurred out, or like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I have that photo, but it's too low resolution to do anything with. But she can
Yeah, but I still have
do
eyes
whatever
and I
she
can see
wants. But
discoloration.
by the way, I'm looking at scrapbook 105. It's called My Art for Me, and Forrest Fenn mentions the Andy Warhol in there. But he says basically, eat your heart out of Andy Warhol. He's got that bird with the stuff wrapped around it. It looks like a bird. He calls it Miss Ford. And he's got the 2 crushed cans. He called them Rosie and her friend.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What is all this? I wish I knew German. I'm such a terrible German.
Yeah, Galaxy, that's why I don't like talking to people about this, because they insist that they think there's infinite resolution in an image. Oh, yeah, I could. That the Barbarisi pictures are 100% useless. 100% useless to look at and do any comparison.
Yeah, I totally agree. And she seems to be stuck on it.
Yeah, well, people don't want to listen. That's why I give up. I mean, like, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Who's stuck on what?
I only spent 40 years in the industry. I guess that
Who's
doesn't
stuck
mean
on
anything.
what?
I'm not talking about you.
What
No,
are we
no,
talking-
no. We're just talking about people that are looking at them low res images and they're confused and they think that they could use them for forensic evidence. And I'm just tired of arguing with people about it. Yes, I mean, I spent 40 years. If there's one thing I know, it's digital imaging. That's what I made a whole fucking career out of, and I'm not going to debate with somebody whether or not you could do it. My problem nowadays, I can't. My eyes aren't good, so when I zoom in to the high res image, I have to zoom in so far that it's too far. You know what I mean? But those images that Barbarisi, he's too far away from the subject, and the images are too low res. So it's unfortunate. The real thing would have been, just like Galaxy said, just open up the treasure chest that was in Heritage, take a picture of the inside, and they won't do it. They right out refused to do it. And they said,
even the one in the lawyer's office where it's from like the top down, like looking into it, it's like that one's so low resolution too. You can't zoom in on it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that one that was on CBS News. Yeah, but people don't understand resolution. They think, oh, just load it up in Photoshop and zoom in, but they don't know what Photoshop is doing when you zoom in. It creates pixels that don't exist, and people don't understand that. You know what I mean? Like if you had a grid that's 100 by 100 pixels, there's only 100 by 100 pixels. So there would be, what is that, 10,000 pixels. It doesn't matter how far you zoom in, you can't all of a sudden turn it into a million pixels. It just doesn't work that way. So those pixels, when you're far away, it's using like a small number of pixels to represent an area that's, let's say, 1 inch by 1 inch on the treasure chest. You can't just zoom into that. I mean, you see what's happening, even though we have one that's 2,000 by 2,000 and we're right on top of the chest. But other than that, we can't even make out whether that's an F or an R,
Everything is in fucking German. I don't know how to read this shit. It's too much to do Google Translate.
What about the French? I thought that Eric was French.
No, it was talking about certain stories and depictions. So it's German, but it comes based from French, from like France origin, but the retellings are German.
That does bring up an interesting thing, though. Right now, a lot of people think there's more than one chest, at least two, right? Maybe three. So which chests are you researching? The one that's in the book, the one from June 16th, or the one that's in Heritage?
I'm researching the one that Forrest purchased from Eugene Thaw. And it traces all the way back to Duke of Swabia and the Minberg Castle, and I've got the whole line of names of people of bloodlines who were owners of that chest. So right now I'm looking into that to see if there's any type of more information I can find that talks about anything pertaining to the bottom of the chest. So he was so one of them was Franz von Sickingen, German knight, one of the most notable figures of the first period of the Reformation, was born at Ebernburg near Worms. Now, the interesting thing about this person and the Reformation is that's where you actually got the indulgences from. That's where it originated and started. And he goes all the way back to that. So it goes to Lorraine again, the cross of Lorraine, which is depicted in the books multiple times and was used by Nostradamus to signify that there was more to the things that he wrote about. And he symbolized that with the cross of Lorraine. I'm sorry, I'm so tired and hungover. Let's see, released from the band, he took part in the war carried on by the Swabian League. Yeah, it goes all the way back to here.
Well, I wish Forrest, speaking about resolution and chests, I wish he showed us pictures of the chest in the book, all of the chest in higher resolution. But again, it's far away. You can't make anything out in the book. There's a couple things you can make out. According to, anyway, that guy Will, he found a couple other numbers that are on there that are not on the one that's in, and they're on the outside, but they're not visible.
People not care about the people who own Fenn's chest before Fenn owned it?
Well, no, I'm saying there's 3 different chests, so we don't know. We can't. There's the book, the chest.
I know for a
the Thrill of the
fact
Chase
Fenn
doesn't
had the
show
original.
enough.
I know for a fact Fenn had the original. I know for a fact he made a copy, and I know for a fact he paid someone to make a copy.
Yeah, no, I agree with Ben in the chat. He goes, it's almost like they don't want us to see the details. They're hiding something. But so is Forrest. In the book, he never shows the one side of the chest or the back of the chest anywhere in the book. He shows the top, the front, and the left side. That's it. Never shows the right side or the back.
Ryland.
And that's weird because the right side is the one that differs from the left side. It's got the the ladders pointing toward each other, right? But we don't know whether that is the same chest that he put, because it doesn't, we can't tell. There's no pictures in the book that show you. None.
That's
Other
why
than
you
the
have to
top.
go to. That's why you have to go to the other information. You have to look for the actual chest itself. Photo from June 6th, but wait, is covered in mud. Y'all in your fucking mud.
It's a little bit off topic, but were you guys aware that King Solomon had flying carpets? He gave one to the Queen of Sheba, and there's
Oh.
records of him in India. He used to fly it over to India, and there's records they found in India in temples of King Solomon flying a flying carpet over to India. You guys
And,
ever
and
hear about
Shiloh,
that?
Shiloh asked Ashley to sing Magic Carpet Ride for karaoke.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
That's why I
That's
brought it
why.
up. Yep.
That's why I brought it up. And who was? We know for sure he was in charge of a ring at one time, wasn't he?
I don't know. Is he? Was he?
I just wanted to throw that out, but before I forgot.
I notice here online though, the story about Forrest Fenn and his Coca-Cola can seems to be almost sanitized offline.
Wait, why is Ben saying candy? We had an entire conversation about this. What is he talking about? If anyone's going to try and school me on the research on this chess motif that nobody else gives a fuck about, I am ready to murder them. I am like the fact that Troy is so pissed off people don't give a shit about fucking pixelation in a picture, times that by 1,000. If anyone even tries to say anything about if I don't know the right backstory on this chess, I will fucking murder them.
I think you're taking everything that you know from Barb's book discussion.
I think so too, man. Next thing you know,
yeah, I didn't really say anything, but I think so too, man. You hit it right on. Yeah.
Isn't Candy going to do some scrapbook videos coming up pretty soon?
I don't know, but I think somebody's about to go live.
Oh God! No.
Candy, are you gonna hit her with copyright infringement for that photo she posted?
Oh, the one where she just like takes screenshots of my face and creepily posts them all over her fucking social media. Oh yeah, sure.
She's in love with you. She knows that you're single now and she's after you.
Oh dear God.
That's a verified pleading in the making with an eyewitness by the name of Galaxy.
Hey Galaxy, I don't know if you missed this earlier, but how do you make an asshole C?
I don't know.
You add an O to it.
Oh geez.
In Latin, it translates to turn into Oculus, which means eye. It's a 13th century riddle from the what was it? The Anglo-Saxons. I feel like that riddle was made specifically for Barbara.
Well, that's the same time frame, Galaxy, when they had the little Peter trees that the nuns used to pick the fruit off of.
Did you notice how she was talking about Pam today?
Oh no,
Yeah.
poor Pam. Leave Pam alone.
How
Well,
she said
Tearing Pam apart.
she wasn't into Pam.
Yeah, I noticed how she twisted that, man. We were talking on the show, and whatever we were saying upset her so bad, she came into the chat. Now, at first, I was like, yeah, right, this is just a troll. And then all of a sudden, I seen a pattern. I'm like, oh, shit, that's really her. I could tell by the way she was talking. Well, I found it interesting. I made the categorizations how everyone, the Christianity, New Kids on the Block, I pick on them, question them. And I said, Pam, yeah, she was what I would categorize a good Christian. And man, Barb took off when I was recording it after I went live, her show. Barb, I noticed, hell, she picked up on Pam. She picked up on what I found curious was she's trying to justify herself so much in her mind, it's upsetting her, my opinions and the things I say. And she went as far as to say a purposefully placed field of trash was her fake blaze. And I'm like, and she said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking a field as far as you can see it. And I was roaming around it and they were filming me. I'm like, holy shit. What?
Hey, wait a minute, Street. Didn't she just get done complaining that the Forrest Fenn was an environmentalist and people were blowing up the land, but yet Forrest would take a dump truck and put a bunch of garbage out there for a place? How the fuck does that make any sense?
That was her fake blaze. That means someone, a cruel searcher put it there, or however Jack said.
Well, why would you even think that's a blaze and a bunch of garbage?
Well, here I am out in the middle of nowhere. That's why I posed the question to everybody. If you were out in the middle of nowhere, you come around a corner, a rock corner, and see a bunch of trash, are you going to go picking it up thinking it's associated with your treasure hunt? No. What the hell? It's a dump, man. That means a lot of people's here. But I noticed she's getting so insecure, in my opinion, of course. She's starting to say her freaking solve. She told us her fake blaze last night. She told us the love story thing with all the family, and each of the 9 clues represent one of the family members. What else? I'd have to go to recording. She revealed 2 or 3 things, which told me she is doubting her own self. Now she's doing videos to justify, to say, aha, Street's just an idiot. He's just don't listen to him. Don't know. His opinions don't matter. Here, this is why. Because my fake blaze is a purposefully placed field of trash. Now, if that don't convince you she's right, verified pleading link. I mean, come on. Pictures.
Be careful saying all that stuff, because somebody out there might pick up on some of those major hints and go out and find the treasure chest.
That's her intellectual, how do you say it? Intellectual property. You can't steal it.
Well, there's mention of this sandbox. I know I don't think there's too many people that won't play in the sandbox. I know Barb won't. She complains about, blah. No, we're all playing in the sandbox. She's the one that always refuses to play. I don't get it. Why? It's just talking. If you're so secure and you believe in your heart, verified pleading in your heart, that you are the solver, you should have no problem discussing your solve. None.
I'm sorry, but the moment she brought Davio into it, she went from being a scorned searcher to just a crackhead. An absolute crackhead. Like, target certain people, sure. Target me, target U Street, target Galaxy. But why the fuck would you target Davio? He is the most sweet, gentle, kind searcher of all of us. And I know that for a fact. I've met him. He has been so nice to me, and he is harmless. Yet she has the audacity to now target him because he's just trying to go with the flow of things. Like, no, you went from being a scorn searcher to an absolute crackhead. Yeah, sit and marinate on that one, Street.
Has anyone figured out the Wheel of Fortune board from her latest post?
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Do you guys, come on, man? Who's she trying to convince? Herself or do I seem mad to you guys? Do I actually seem mad?
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
I don't even know what a Wheel of Fortune
weirdo.
is.
No, she's gonna say, I know, I want to solve the puzzle. And even though we can see it clearly states what it says, she's gonna say, I am the solver. That's gonna be her
you know
puzzle.
what? I took a really close look at the diary, and it does not say Barbara anywhere. So it's got to be wrong. It's got to be wrong. I consulted with the experts on it. Oh.
I'm over here looking at the date of the chests and stuff, and It says something else.
You see, it's funny to pick on people like that. One thing you got to say though is at least people put themselves out there. She won't. She must be ashamed of it. It's got to be really, really fucking stupid.
Or from a legal standpoint, it could be because she's altering it as it goes.
Yeah, she doesn't have one, so she should be glad that we're talking about New Mexico. But it's still not going to put a chest in her lap because it's gone. So
That's what she's looking to do. She's looking to heist somebody else's solve that she thinks solved it.
Well, I know from this point on, I got pretty cocky and arrogant when she said her blaze was a rock. She moved it and broke it, and Forrest wrote that act of nature broke it. When she said that, and that locked her in. She can't change it from then, not in a legal standpoint. And now we got fake blaze was a purposefully placed field of trash, as far as you could see.
Is that what the garbage truck was about today?
Yeah. I tried to find a trash talking video, but it was all nasty rap, man. I was like, yeah, I can't. The closest I got was Trash Talk is the name of the rapper or whatever, and Awoke was the song. I'm like, what the fuck? I'll throw that up there.
So she must be driving up and down Route 25, going off the side of the road and taking a battery-powered rock drill and some feathers and wedges and cracking boulders all the way from the northern border of New Mexico on down to Santa Fe.
You know, well, Dave Woodard has a better chance. At least he's looking, I got to admit, at least he's looking at a palisade, which kind of makes sense considering it was a fort. What was it, Fort Mercy or whatever it was in New Mexico. So at least he's on some kind of a track. I don't know how he ends up with Superman out of all of that, but at least he's got something logical. He put it out there. So I'll give him that much, you know.
Lambert Castle.
Yeah, he has a somewhat logical solve, but if you look at it, he starts with Aquafria, and then he jumps over the town next to it to get to his next spot for no apparent reason.
Yeah. Well, I think the biggest problem he has is everybody I know, or anybody that was willing to tell me. Do you realize how many people were looking up in that area around Eagle's Nest and what's that other one, that Chama, whatever the fuck it is? I don't know. But so many people were looking there.
Carson National Forest, that whole area up in there.
Yeah, Niagara Falls where warm water halt. I mean, that's almost worse than the Madison River. Yeah, I mean, just literally thousands of people. That's the first thing they went to.
Old Man Rock, that Old Man Rock had been posted about for at least a half a dozen years.
Yeah, you know, I mean, everybody were even openly posting. A lot of people, well, where's your warmer halt? I go for you. Eagle's Nest, and I mean, all of those places. It's almost like the same thing. You know, Sinks Canyon, or Kerwin, or Cody. You know, I mean, everybody would always the same thing, even in Colorado. Except some of the solves were unique, but everybody went Dino National Park, Browns Park. What is that? Gates of Lodore, Echo Park. You know, everybody was always flocking to the same areas. So clearly those areas are wrong, or somebody would have found it years ago.
I did like listening to the Eagle's Nest solves with they incorporated there's a Vietnam memorial up there someplace.
Yep.
I did like listening to those because that was a beautiful area, man. I like that whole stretch through there going to Santa Fe. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, you were there, right? You went there?
Yeah. Very nice scenic roadway, man.
You were also up at that Pueblo, weren't you? There's a Pueblo, I forgot the name of it. If you looked at it from the sky, it looks like a half a moon. No.
I took
half moon.
I drove into Taos. The first town I went to, I hit Colorado to get some supplies, and then I went down and we stopped at Taos for the night and hung out in Taos the next day and did that. But it's a highway going out of Taos straight to Santa Fe. It's like I don't, 84, whatever it is, whatever that, it goes through Carson National Forest, Palisades Seals. There's like 2 or 3 national forests that goes through, and it goes through Eagle's Nest, and you come down, man. If anyone goes there, take your time, man. Don't try. It's like a 2-lane highway, one going one way, one going the other. Take your time, man. Everything's beautiful. That entire trip from Taos to Santa Fe.
That's probably all of them. If you go to Dino National Park, probably, I've never been there, but it's probably beautiful there. I know up by Du Bois and stuff up in those mountains there, especially by Union Pass, the views that you get are just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all of the Rockies, I think, are probably pretty beautiful like that. That's no wonder why people ended up kind of going to the same areas, you know. There's a lot
and
of
if
good
you go
solves.
north- If you go north on that road, I think it goes all the way up to the top of San Isabella National Forest.
Cool.
Oh, that's interesting.
And
I actually
think,
thought that guy, Tranquility, I thought his solve was interesting, except he shouldn't have talked about watching the staircase. But other than that, I mean, I think it wasn't,
The real
I
and the
mean,
replica.
we were laughing at him, but it wasn't really that bad of a solve, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know how you got the Canyon Road from Loretto Chapel, but
Now how some of these Prince William Sam's. Wait, what the fuck? Street, I
same
just
thing with
found
that guy
something insane
Ian.
now, Street. I just found something insane.
are we still in Germany or did?
Oh, we're everywhere. The contested crown, repatriation politics between Europe and Mexico. It talks about Fenn's chest, and it talks about a fake and a real one, and it talks about the war against the Europe and Mexico, and it talks about that one Mayan deity that I can never pronounce, Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it talks about that and everything else. So it's saying in a crypt below the Hofburg Palace in Vienna, now housing some of the city's principal museums, is found the storage area of the less sensitive materials from their collections. Among them, several Aztec stone sculptures are assembled on temporary metal racks. Curled up on a shelf is the feathered serpent deity Quetzalcoatl. The geometry of its scales and plumage deeply increased in stone. But then it talks about the exact thing I'm looking into right now with the Frau Mine and the Meinberg Castle and everything. And it says it's 100% linked to Mexico, which I never figured out how Fenn's chest went from Germany to Mexico. And now there's a book that's written about it. It's literally a book talking about the original and then the fake. And we're literally talking about tonight an original Forrest Fenn treasure chest and a fake one. What in the hell? This is insane.
I don't think the one at Heritage is the original. I think we've
No,
all
it's not.
discussed that. I do not think that's the original.
Neither is the one from June 16th, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The actual photo that
Me-
Forrest released is not the
No.
original.
Why the fuck? Hold
And
on.
it don't match scrapbook 158. Galaxy would agree with that one. Right, Galaxy?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
World War II.
If any of them, logic dictates, if any of them are the real one, if we want to consider it the real one, it's the one he showed where he's rearranging shit. The early one, supposedly before he hit it.
Oh,
And
the one he
even
showed to
then-
Preston? The one he
Well,
showed to Preston and them?
Well, no, the scrapbook 158 or whatever, what he says, oh, here's what it looked like before I hit it when I was switching stuff out. Even then, I'm not, I don't think you could, it's still speculation that is the actual original one.
Yeah, you're right. Well,
He
I
could
mean,
have
that's the
made a
problem.
copy.
That's kind of what I think it is. It's the one that's pictured in June 6th is actually the one from the book. But with him showing the picture of 158, I think that could prove that there was an original.
And there was a bronze sculptor that passed away in 1994, right in downtown Santa Fe at the plaza, that he could have got to make copies for him with him instructing how to do it to make it the proper thickness.
Well, not only that, forget about Santa Fe. You go to Lander, ask Street about it. They call that the city of bronze.
Yeah.
When you go there, there's Eagle Bronze Foundry, and up and down all over the place in Lander are bronze statues. That's what they're famous for worldwide. You want to get a bronze statue, you go to the artist in Lander. Most of the artists are up in Du Bois, or some are out of Cody. But yeah, that's the city of bronze, is Lander, Wyoming. And there's an airport right there. And literally, when you park your plane, you wouldn't even, you could walk to the Bronze Foundry. It's literally right down the road, like not even a block away from the airport.
Wait, what?
I asked him too if he ever went there and did anything. He didn't answer. But if you research it enough, the woman that owns it and the guy that owned Eagle Foundry, you can find connections with him and them. And incidentally, they're really spiritual, religious people.
That's the family that did this, lost the son in the war, right? Has a bronze statue of him. Is that the
Oh
same
no, the
family?
way that they're not related. That's the guy. Phelps. This is the last name. Phelps. Phelps. That's the one that his son. That was named the HBO movie, Taking Chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, the young kid that died was 18 and it died in Iraq or Iran. I don't remember. His father is the bronze sculptor that made the statues that are at the War Memorial in downtown Lander. Yeah, and his son was one of the models for the World War I guy that's standing there.
Okay. Yeah. I knew there was a bronze in a war. Yeah. He died in the war or whatever. Yep.
Yeah, but the family that owned the Bronze Foundry are pretty famous, and
Wait,
you
what?
could find ties with Forrest Fenn in them.
Hold on. Why in the secondary literature is Malrock's own poverty presented as a justification for looting? The same reasoning is not acceptable to international agencies currently seeking to protect World Heritage sites. On the archaeological site at Angkor Wat today, space given to the biography of Malrock's over any Cambodian object or artist biography is striking. Even the failure of his looting attempt as presented as an adventure resonant with the racism and romanticism of Dr. Henry Walton, Indiana Jones Jr. at Angkor Wat in Indiana Jones Part 2, Temple of Doom. The temple was once again...
Angkor Wat, if I'm not mistaken, is the largest religious center or whatever structure on Earth, and it was built in they made it a swamp, man.
Okay, well, explain to me, Street, why I'm reading a book that has the information on Forrest Fenn's chest in it. And it's about Europe versus Mexico. And the Aztecs and some, like, espionage going on from World War II. Like, what the fuck did I find? It's literally talking about Fenn's chest in here.
Well, if it's of German origin, allegedly,
Yeah.
is what, okay. Was it there during World War II in the Nazi occupation?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure that out because there's a lot to this.
If the family owned it during the 30s and 40s, I could see it making its way. I could see it making its way to Mexico. They had a connection. They were scared of their wealth being confiscated, so they made arrangements to go over to Mexico to and put it someplace. I could see that.
Who owns antiquity? Hold on. No, it's talking about the Night of the Glass or whatever, Night of the Broken Glass. It talks about the family who was in possession of that chest were like all of their items were taken from them and they had to run away to the United States to get away from all that shit. But okay, so now we're in Peru, but we're back at Mexico. I'm trying to see the part where it talks about, because you know how when you click on something and it shows certain key details before you click the article.
Right.
It had everything for Fenn's chest in there. And then it's literally Europe versus Mexico. And it's talking about the Aztecs, and this could explain why there's that weird thing on it. Because in the original artwork, there's no, panther or whatever that thing is, jaguar. There's no jaguar in the original thing, but Fenn's chest has a jaguar, and that's completely either Mayan or Aztec.
So is that suggesting they had a original over there, or the pictures or whatever, and they forged their own once it got to Mexico and South America?
I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out, because, the original, it shows it's from like German and French, origin. And then it even has the my God, the crest, the family crest or whatever on the shields. But oh my God, what is this? There's so much to it. I can't read all this.
Well, you're right. A jaguar would not be European. They'd use a lion. They were always, if they were going to use a cat, it would have been a lion, or
Yeah.
they wouldn't have used a jaguar. Not at all.
Well, it keeps going back to crown as medicine. I remember how I told you about the other thing I found for Flegetanus. He was the main person who did the medicine, and his doctorate is what is used in all medical teachings for you to pass your let me see, Aztec Empire. Goes to the Aztecs. I'm trying to find. Oh wait, did I just see society? Did I just see society over here? Ideal society where all inhabitants shared a harmonious happiness. Mexico has turned out not to be Atlantis, but an echo of lost world fable remains to stay in the discourse around the Aztec Empire. Within the complex logic of the fabulated Aztec Atlantis, the crown is medicine and possesses the potential to heal the effects of colonialism. What in the hell did I find? I'm still looking for the part about his chest, because if I find something in this book that explains the two connections, I'm gonna probably faint. Oh, I think I might have just found something. Hold on, Aztec Empire. At this time, the Aztec world was fundamentally transformed, and material things such as El Pinacho were stubborn reminders that, as contemporary Maya would say, okay, the passage of El Pancho from the New World to the Old did not leave a paper trail. It does not appear in the list of things Hernan Cortez acquired in Mexico. Historians have yet to find mention in any ship's record of a feather headdress in its inventory for possessions amassed in Mexico and bound for Europe. Nor has the hand that took the feather headdress left a line for us to identify him by. Described for the first time in 1575 inventory of the Swabian Count. Among all the sorts of Moorish armory and featherwork, it was subsequently acquired by the Habsburg Duke Ferdinand II, who purchased part of it. Street, you have no idea what I just found. Holy shit. Are you kidding me?
What's the link?
The link is, oh my God. Hold on. That was the link I needed. Hold on. Just in fact, okay. The passage of El Pinacho from the New World to the Old did not leave a paper trail. Does not appear in the list of things. Okay, this is freaking me out. This family, the one that owns it, is saying this stuff was owned by Hernan Cortez himself.
The Cortez?
Yes, the one that went looking for the cities of gold, the one that Douglas Preston literally used to try and find Honduras and the lost city of the monkey god. The same one that Forrest has the cartographer's journal for Hernan Cortez. That one.
That would explain why he had to have that chest.
I literally just found proof that shows the whole entire thing goes back to Hernan Cortez. Are you fucking kidding me? They're what? What?
And say
I-
that again. What was Cortez's big adventure? What was he looking for?
The cities of gold. Which everyone calls me crazy, but I literally have a book right now that names the people who owned Fenn's chest and how it links from Europe back to Hernan Cortez about the 7 cities of gold.
You know
Are
what's
you-
funny, man? Forrest Fenn is actually mocking the Spanish people in that San Lazaro video. He's telling them they bought more stuff here than they found here. Like when he was talking about gold, not what you're talking about. But
Wait, hold on. It's also talking about the Cabinet of Curiosities. Didn't Douglas Preston just write a book called The Cabinet of Curiosities?
yeah, I'm talking
Did he
about
really?
gold. I'm talking about
No,
gold.
I'm talking about
Forrest
right
said-
now. This article I'm reading is talking about the Cabinet of Curiosities and the Amherst Castle. And it talks about all more like, oh my God, this is huge. This is fucking huge. Street, do you know what this means?
It means you're down another rabbit hole.
No,
it
it
means
means-
it all leads back to what we're suspecting. San Lazaro.
Yeah, you found
not
something.
only that, it's proving that not only Fenn and others in Preston went looking for it, I think it proves they found it.
Well, let me ask you something about Doug, though. I don't think Doug has anything to do with it until later years because he didn't even meet Doug until like the mid 80s, didn't he? He already like did all that work with Skippy and everything long before he even knew Doug. That's right? Because I mean,
No,
Skippy
he
died in
met Doug
78.
before that.
I thought he didn't meet Doug until the 80s or 90s. Skippy died in 78. I don't think he even knew Doug Preston.
Hold on.
I could be wrong. I don't think they knew each other that long.
There have been a hierarchy in the way of objects of this.
Doug might have used Forrest's knowledge to write his books. I think Forrest did the research. I don't think Doug helped him with any research.
No, they worked together under Michael Kremener. Kind of beautiful custom carpentry. Okay. What?
I always thought he worked with archaeologists and anthropologists, not writers, like George Friesen and all the people that helped him out with the sitting bull pipe and what the hell is Ken Tankersley?
If you believe the story of how, you got to keep in mind the story he said how Dow introduced himself to him. So the story he says or Preston says was Forrest basically held court at the Pink Adobe or whatever, and there was an influential table he always had. He was always there, and all of a sudden, just one day, he looked over to Douglas and said, "Hey, come here, sit down, young man." And Douglas was like, "Well, I don't know why this Forrest and this big group of people, would wanted me to come over." And I'm thinking that was like early 80s. Like
It could be. That would be when
82.
Sloan died. Sloan died in 84, right? I think. Eric Sloan. Oh, I'm just saying he spent all of his time up there in Cody going to the dig at Mummy Cave and all the stuff that he was up there for the Clovis and all the research he did around the Indian stuff. That was all done with anthropologists and archaeologists, not writers. I think that the writers are more interested in hanging around Forrest because he would be a good source for writing material, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he would.
I mean, he would go perfect with. I never read the Codex, from what I hear about it, it's a good book. So stories got so many. Forrest has so many stories and stuff of the places that he's been. Hell, he's been to places that none of those guys have been to, with Egypt and all the stuff at the bomb. I think they were more interested in Forrest. That's just me.
So
but I
check
believe
this
that.
out, Street.
I do
So-
agree that they worked together, but I just think it was later, like in the late 80s, 90s, probably. I don't know. Who knows?
I found something. It says, on occasion, Ferdinand, Philippine, and their guests would take objects out of their virtues and use them. Blackface masks, for example, were worn in play battles with the Moors that were staged in the courtyard outside the Wunderkammer, the Siege of Algiers in 1541, at which Cortez was present, was one inspiration for such theatrical battles. In Cabinet 9 of the Ambras Castle collection was El Pinacho, then claimed to be the musket or perhaps a hat. It was not certain. Here in Cabinet 9 was dedicated to the category Varia variety. The Varia was exhibited between cabinets displaying precious metals and stones that had been shaped by European craftsmen into contortion between naturalia and artificialia. So, okay, this is so interesting. Doug just wrote a book called The Cabinet of Curiosities. The first book he ever wrote with Lincoln Child was Relic and then Reliquary. Then he goes on to write about looking for the cities of gold and retracing Cortez's footsteps. And then from there, you get the Codex. And the Codex, after that, you get the Lost City of the Monkey God, aka the White City. So please tell me, Street, what are the connections with all those books I just mentioned?
The thrill of the chase.
Exactly. I don't think people realize how huge this is and how they've been slowly trying to give us breadcrumbs onto what they've actually been up to. And everyone is just distracted by the shiny objects. When in actuality, again, I think it's the chess motif itself that is the puzzle. And it's telling you Preston and Fenn and whoever else was associated with them discovered the discovery of a lifetime. And they're slowly writing books about it and putting it out there. Like, I've been researching and talking about this for 7+ years. And yet nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. Nobody thinks it's real, even though there is proof that they've talked about this, that he's gone looking for it, that many people have been going looking for it throughout the centuries. Yet it's crazy to say Forrest, Fenn, and Douglas Preston were the ones looking for it. How is that crazy, Street?
I'm going to put it. It could be my own bias though, but I'm going to put it higher than the King Tut find.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, not only that,
it'll far surpass the King Tut find.
well, I mean, Douglas Preston himself even said that he had the journal of Hernan Cortez. In one of the interviews he did, when he was talking about writing about the Lost City of the Monkey God, he talks about how he had the journal of Cortez, and then he had some other person's journal, the only other explorer / archaeologist who went looking for the Lost City of the Monkey God, and he ended up getting murdered. And when I researched this, Street, it looks like the information on which how he got killed goes and links back to the Monster of Venice, you know, that other book that Preston wrote. And it's he actually helped the CIA with the murderer who was doing all those crazy fucked up things in Venice. Do you know that whole storyline?
Yeah, you've talked about it before.
Yeah, so it was saying like the only archaeologist / historian who went looking for this back in like, I think the 60s maybe, he found something and he got murdered. And Preston got a hold of his journals. Like, I gotta, fuck, let me see if I can find it. I think it was a journalist who went looking for Hernan Cortez, maybe. I can't remember.
You know what I don't understand about Doug Preston is that I think they slipped up once, Forrest, big time. But there's two things. One, I don't understand why Doug Preston refused to write Thrill of the Chase. That's number one. But number two, more importantly, why did Forrest Fenn say that nobody knew the location? And yet, in the same breath, either Forrest or Doug said, I think it was Doug Preston that said it, that he told Forrest Fenn to rewrite the poem because it was too easy to solve. Now, how would he know how easy it is to solve if he didn't know the location?
Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Because I think he could have possibly known where the door prize was.
Oh, but not the trove. I see what you're saying. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. And then Forrest would still be telling the truth because the door prize is considered different because that's not really what the chase was about. Like,
Wait, this is how it links back to Europe because Cortez wrote to Charles V about the cities of gold. Okay, so it says this article right here. People are forever looking for lost cities, if not the lost city of some ancient civilization or other. Machu Picchu was billed as the lost city of the Incas, but it turned out to be a summer retreat for Incan one percenters. Adventurers, archaeologists, and writers periodically launch such grandiose scavenger hunts, generally deep in some forbidding jungle. Douglas Preston, author of best-selling thrillers as well as nonfiction books and magazine articles, accompanied a recent quest to find a mysterious metropolis long hidden in the Honduran hinterlands where poisonous snakes, infectious insects, and jaguars lurk. Spanish conquistador Hernan Cortez started the rumor mill grinding in 1526 when he wrote to Emperor Charles V about a fabulously wealthy people purported to be ensconced deep in the Central American wilds whose wherewithal were exceeding Mexico in riches. As Lost City reportage goes, and despite occasional hyperbole and the obligatory offer of the top title, The Lost City of the Monkey God, a true story, is a well-documented and engaging read. Preston and fellow travelers do investigated the ruins at the ancient city. For want of a better word, it was merely half again as large as Central Park. This off-the-grid burg is so hidden in the Mosquitia rainforest that Preston terms it scientifically untouched, littered with valuable artifacts lying right where their creators left them some 500 years ago, when this unknown non-Mayan people suddenly abandoned the site. The author's narrative is rife with jungle deranged stew and the mirror dangers of the chase. This is what they say. Highlighted by the deadly fer-de-lance, a snake so scary it would give Indiana Jones pause. Preston also ably delineates other important aspects of the expedition. For example, how advances in technology have transformed modern archaeology. This remote place was not only found, but its dimensions in various public spaces were democrated thanks to LiDAR, a laser mapping jungle penetrating device that previously plotted the surface for Mars for NASA. Otherwise, it would have taken archaeologists decades of scraping in the dirt to uncover the extent of the missing municipality, assuming they could find it. Preston places the expedition in the context of past efforts to locate the various haunts of a historically elusive people who established and then abandoned a thriving culture. He speculates on the likely cause for that and explains why such relic-rich sites often acquire the reputation of being cursed. Bro, I'm so fucking 100% convinced now, Street. 100%.
by the way, that LiDAR stuff he's talking about, that's what I was talking about on my live show. That's what you use that application for. I've used LiDAR and it's really cool. Yeah, it removes the vegetation. That's how they find the Mayan temples and all that shit. But you can do that, remove all the vegetation from like the Amazon stuff, see what was there. They're currently doing that over Wyoming right now, getting updated LiDAR information. The problem is they don't open it to the public until all the other important people look at it and they find all the cool shit. By the way, Galaxy, I like that answer because that explains it. Because yeah, I think that what happened, that's probably how they met, Doug Preston, and they ended up working together later. I think you're right on there. That I think that Doug was intrigued with the research that Forrest and Skippy had done, and that's why he joined in and kind of started helping them. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I could definitely see what Candy's talking about, that he would have something to do with the true ending of the chase and the trove, not the lore. That was a great answer. I didn't even think of that. But Candy's right. Yeah, I think so. I agree with you.
I've been convinced ever since I watched that in 2016 Moby Dickens interview, when he said there's one thing in the chest that the only thing I want to say about it is I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And then later down the line, when there was talk about lead searcher and your best revenge is me wearing a bracelet, and it kind of took a weird turn, he made the comment, top two items in the chest, or the top two things in the chest.
Yep, one of them is said that the woman would like, and then the other one, he goes, I don't want to talk about other than to say what you just said. I don't want to mention it other than say I don't want to talk about it. I think Doug knows what that is, and he knows what all that's about. I think Andy's completely right on that. So
Yeah.
yeah, he probably lied about the treasure trove. That would mean that it's probably true then with what Ken Tankersley said. He might have known the location of the trove. Forrest could have leaked out that, but he didn't leak out what the poem is really about. That's the stuff he kept to himself or amongst the close-knit people. Yeah, I could definitely see that. That would be a perfect team. We have somebody that's experienced in doing the research on writing and researching like Andy's doing now. And he could do that kind of stuff while Forrest is communicating with the archaeological and the anthropology community, right? It'd be like a perfect match of all of those people, right? It's cool stuff, man. And I think you're right. It's all going to lead somewhere in New Mexico.
Like I said, I'm convinced that
You what?
I think whatever he found in San Lazaro is that one thing that the only thing he wants to say is I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it San Lazaro is the key to all of it.
All you got to do is find it, Candy. Come on. See.
I've been working
I
on
tell you
it.
what, if you did get an idea, a good idea, would you actually go searching? Would you actually go anywhere?
Well,
You're
that's
pretty-
the thing, though. I think they already found it. What I'm trying to do is figure out what they found to put them on the confidence that they went looking for it. And I believe that's the Broiler Codex.
No, I
Because
don't mean, I don't know. I don't mean them. I mean, I know they found it. Obviously, what I'm saying is, do you actually believe that Jack is aware of any of this stuff? I don't think so at all.
Oh, see, I don't care about Jack. What?
Well, no,
Okay,
what I'm
so-
saying is, I don't think that a searcher, maybe somebody did. I just don't think so. I don't think that the
Do
chase
you
is
think they would ever be able
solved.
to go public and say we found the lost city was gold without attracting the wrong crowd, right? What they could say is, hey, we discovered something we think could be associated with the lost cities of gold, but there's no proof, blah, blah, blah. But they could write entire book series and even a treasure hunt that gives you the key details and the proof that it was discovered, but not outright say it. You see what I'm talking about, Street?
Yep.
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 That's pretty much what I think they've been doing. And I found the name. So his name was Theodore Mord. And Preston has this guy's journal. So I want to figure out who this dude is and what he plays into all of this, because there's something else to this. So Theodore Mord was an adventurer, explorer, diplomat, spy, journalist, and television news producer, best known for his unverified claim of discovering the lost city of the monkey god. Mord began his career as a radio announcer before getting into journalism. See, so he was the very first one to claim he discovered what Preston discovered, but he was actually murdered. And I don't think they ever figured out who killed him. I think he was like ran over or something from what I remember. But do you not see how dangerous this shit is? Like when you go looking for stuff and claiming, hey, I actually found the 7 cities of gold. Next thing you know, you're fucking silenced and murdered.
I
That's
would have
why
given
you gotta
anything. I
say-
would have loved to have worked with Forrest Fenn on stuff from a technical aspect. I would have loved to have done that, something like that. Not the kind of research you're doing. I like more of the technical stuff, but I would love to have been
it's
part
called
of that.
it's called the White City, which I told you I found before that the chess motif actually translated to mean White City. And even in the Codex and other books, Preston refers to the 7 cities of gold as the White City or the lost city of the monkey god. And so they talk about in Aztlan, they say it's the 7 tribes of the 7 Aztecs of the 7 caves, I believe it is. Yeah, the seven caves of the 7 tribes of the 7 Aztecs. And they call it the place of whiteness or the place of the white herring. And so that's where they get White City from. And so Mord returned from Mosquitia with thousands of artifacts claiming to have entered the city. According to Mord, the indigenous people there said it contained a giant buried statue of a monkey god. He refused to divulge the location out of fear. He said that the site would be looted. He later committed suicide, and his site, if it existed at all, was never identified. Do you see that? Do you see that, Street?
Well, a quick side note: what other religion happens to be the oldest one on Earth? What other religion has monkey gods in them? Hinduism.
Lots
Hinduism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. But like, so this dude finds this place, right? And then he kills himself? Doesn't make sense. Right?
I think it's cool that they may have discovered something. I'm curious of how we're going to discover what it is that they discovered. I think that the whole key to that was in the title to the gold. And I don't think, unless you have that title, I don't think there's any way that you can find out and prove anything
Well, he
without
was
that
a
title.
spy.
Somebody may already have the title. Oh no, I'm not disagreeing with you, Candy. I'm just saying I think that if that the title was all part of this, because he always said, "Who's the owner of the past?" He said it to Lorraine Mills in 2011. He goes, "I can answer that. There's a person that has the title. The person with the title is the one that owns the past." And it's interesting that he gives you a title in the poem, you know. But
Well, so
yeah,
it's so fascinating because he described how armed only with a revolver and a machete, he and companion named Lawrence Brown, capital B, had spent 4 months hacking their way through almost inaccessible jungle, swamps, rivers, and mountains before coming upon a hidden valley that contained the remains of a white stone wall city. There, the local Indians told him a long vanished people who were contemporaries of the ancient Mayans had once worshipped a strange monkey god whose giant statue is still buried under centuries of vegetation. They made bloody human sacrifices to their simian deity, then ate the victims in an act of ritualized cannibalism. Mord said that on his own brief visit, he had himself seen a disturbing rite in which local natives ritually slaughtered and ate monkeys in a twisted hangover from the cult. Ew. To back his astonishing claims, Mord, who was only 29 but had already sailed around the world 5 times, brought back several thousand artifacts to America, such as stone utensils and tiny carved monkey masks. He never revealed the precise location of the ruined city for fear it would be looted before he could go back. However, he never returned and died mysteriously in 1954, taking the secret of its location with him. It remained a compelling mystery seemingly lifted from the passages of H. Rider Haggard. Generations of adventurers plunged into the jungle to search for the city, and experts dismissed Mord's discovery as a self-promoting fantasy. Explorers who reported glimpsing the tops of white buildings peeking through the forest canopy were told they were just limestone cliffs. But now the skeptics may have eat their words. A team of U.S. and Honduran archaeologists have just returned from La Mesquita. They had announced that, like Mord, they have discovered the remains of what they believe to be the city of the monkey god in a crater-shaped rainforest valley encircled by steep mountains. According to the National Geographic magazine, while accompanied the expedition, the archaeologists had surveyed and mapped extensive plazas, earthworks, mounds, and an earthen pyramid belonging to a culture that thrived 1,000 years ago and then vanished. The team also discovered a breathtaking collection of stone sculptures that had lain untouched since the city was abandoned. Christopher Fisher, here we go, here's a Fisher again, from Colorado State University, found at the base of the pyramid may have been offerings to the monkey god. The team first found the ruins nearly 3 years ago during an aerial survey using a high-tech scanner that was able to pierce the jungle canopy with laser light and reveal archaeological features. The city had been a shrine to monkey god Aken, to Hindus Hanuman, who is pictured riding Rama and Sita, 2 Hindu deities in the heart to protect them. But the Honduran monkey god is more menacing. Bro, if I saw that in a lost city that was abandoned, I would have nightmares for years. That deity looks scary as fuck.
By the way, when I was 2 years ago, if you do a lot of research on LiDAR and the research they've been doing with pyramids and stuff like that, all around the world, basically, they're using that technology. I talked to a couple of the people that were actually using that back when I was first doing the stuff with my buddy related to the gold, because we used LiDAR up in Wyoming, and we were using other satellite data. It got beyond what I can do, so and he could do. So that's why he ended up going with investors at Relevant Gold. But it's really cool stuff. And I was just a brief email I have with this woman, archaeologist, and she was talking about technology, and I was asking her if they've been able to, how far underground can they go? And they haven't reached that point yet. They can't go far enough under the ground. For example, they were trying to locate the tunnels that Hitler used in Germany, and they weren't able to do it using the technology. But they are able to locate water under the ground. And so it's really cool. So anyway, I'm going to get going. So thanks for having me on here. And this is definitely interesting stuff. I'm going to have to come back and listen to it again later, because I like listening to you talk about stuff. So
Sorry,
thanks for having
my
me on
voice
here. And
thrash.
no. I mean, I just sit back and listen because it's so much cool stuff. But I'll see you later, Galaxy, Trusted, Street, Candy, and chat. So I'm going to try to get to sleep early tonight. So thanks for having me here.
Later, Troy.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night. Wait, what? Everyone said people had practiced a barbaric tradition that was later adopted by the warlike Aztecs to the north of Mexico. Every year, a physically perfect young man, usually a priest, would be selected to be the monkey god for that year. He would be worshipped, pampered, and given the most beautiful girls. But after 12 months, he would be ritually slaughtered at the top of the pyramid temple, his heart torn out, and his body thrown down the steps where it would be cut into pieces. Priests would distribute it among the worshippers, who would each take a small piece home to eat. Ew! One night, Mord watched a group of natives perform a morbid ritual dance in which each of them brandished a spear on which were impaled 3 spider monkeys. Ew. They had their own shaman. What the hell, Street? This place does sound cursed. So he's from the 1940s. Oh, look. Okay. Here, it says his death. Theodore Mord found dead in Dartmouth home. He was 43. He was a news producer and former radio announcer, was found dead Saturday in the bathroom of the home of his parents in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. Medical examiner William Rawson of New Bedford said death was due to suicide. Mr. Mord was found hanging in a shower stall. He was the husband of the former Gloria E. Gustafson of Newport, who was a Powers model. He was born in New Bedford, blah, blah, blah. He had traveled extensively, once as a leader of an expedition. Mr. Mord entered the Navy in 1944 and held the rank of lieutenant. He won the Bronze Star. After the war, he served as special U.S. advisor to the Prime Minister of Egypt. Besides his parents and wife, he later a daughter of Mr. and Mrs. William F. Gaston. He leaves 2 children, Christine, 3, and Theodore, 15 months, who have been living with their maternal grandparents since last September. A brother and sister also survive. What the hell? Street, why is this so fucking weird?
Well, what better way to bring it out into the public?
Well, I mean, he was a spy who was super close with the person who ran the Museum of Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what just said. So is it possible the reason he even discovered any of this was because of his connection to the person in Egypt?
Yes. For whatever reason, they are hiding any Egyptian artifacts that are found in South America, Central America, and America. They don't like it to be known that that screws up their whole timeline. Supposedly Egypt, if they're building the pyramids, you don't think they have ships? If they can float a hundred ton or whatever rock up and down the Nile, cut it, shape it, and I would imagine they could have sailed anywhere they wanted.
So
Not,
let's see.
not to mention they had flying carpets back then too. Did I mention that?
Oh man, that's funny. Did I tell you that Shiloh sang Sweet Caroline to me and Cynthia when he was FaceTiming us?
Oh, cool.
Because we were asking like, oh, what do you want to hear B sing for karaoke? Because I was like, maybe get you to, judge the contest. And he was pretty buzzed, not gonna lie. He's at 11,000 feet elevation, drinking 2 bottles of wine, according to Cynthia, and he was sitting pretty. So he was like, oh, do you know that song Sweet Irene? And I was like, Sweet Irene. And then he's like, Sweet. And I'm like, oh, Sweet Caroline. And he's like, yeah. And so he starts singing. He's like, Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. And I was cracking up. I was like, Shiloh is singing to our faces right now. This is great.
Nice.
So, but I'm trying to figure out. So, this is where it all starts. So, 5 Gods and Kings strategy. Okay, so maybe the monkey god links back to Egypt. Would that be possible?
Well, I know for sure it leads back to India, without a doubt. So if it goes farther than Egypt, yeah, if it originated and the story of a god and a monkey is found in India, yeah, I could see it in Egypt too. Sure, they had to go either that or they went the opposite direction, and what it'd be if you're in India and you go east, you got to go past Egypt, Mediterranean, Europe, blah blah, to America, or you just go west from India. No, you go east from India. East would take you to Hawaiian Islands and all that, wouldn't it? Yeah. And then west of India would take you to Egypt and all that. Yeah. They were traveling around the world, ladies and gentlemen. I'm convinced of it. I mean, the structures, their belief systems, they were doing some traveling.
This is
Well,
true.
yeah, they could leave the western coast of Africa and follow the seasonal current all the way to China. And then the current reverses and they can take the current and sail back to Africa.
Yeah.
Huh. I found another book. The Lost Towns
Well,
of Honduras.
now hold on. If the Queen of Sheba, and it's written down, I'm not pulling this out of my ass, but the Queen of Sheba, the King Solomon gave the Queen of Sheba a flying carpet as a gift. The Dogon is her. That's her area. Is where the Dogon are found. They could have.
Yeah.
It might not have been actual sailing ships, but actual flying carpets that they were traveling around on.
Huh. About
Who did you say in the
360
Bible used the flying carpet?
What's that?
Who did you say in the Bible used a flying carpet?
Sheba.
Well, no, King Solomon. They found in Hindu temples and religious sites in India. They found written down stories of King Solomon using a flying carpet to visit them. And I know in some of the written down stories of King Solomon, I'm not sure if it's in the Bible or not, but it talks about King Solomon he had flying carpets and he gave the Queen of Sheba one as a gift. So he had multiple flying carpets.
Well, here they're talking about how this lost city of Atlantis, also the one for the lost city of the monkey god, can pertain back to the Maya and the Aztecs. The same can be said about the Honduran Ciudad Blanca, great urban center in the forest, which traded with Aztecs and Incas.
After you're familiar with the 12th planet, we've talked about it before.
Yeah.
After reading that, I became perplexed. If an alchemy has a part, if alchemy can actually, it must be if whatever alchemy can create that it ends up being gold is not the same as naturally mined gold. Because if they figured out how to, in other words, the time frame they came down here at a level of technology that they were mining the gold, and then all of a sudden realized, shit, we can do it ourselves. We can manufacture it ourselves. And they stopped mining gold, and the humans, us, still worship the gold because we didn't have alchemy. We didn't learn the process of alchemy. So, is that a possibility here? They can actually create their own gold through alchemy type.
I don't think alchemy can make actual gold. I think it's symbolic representation of how gold represents knowledge.
Well, here's why I say that. There has been a lot of veins of gold found, substantial amounts. Why didn't they grab it? If they had the technology to find these gold veins in South Africa 150,000 years ago, I'm sure they had to anywhere on Earth they could have found gold. How come they stopped at a certain point and didn't take almost all the gold? Or was there so much damn gold on this planet? It's pathetic. I think they learned how to do it. Whatever scientific reason they wanted for gold, they mined it for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years or whatever. I'll say tens, and then realized, shit, we can manufacture. They moved up the technology scale and knowledge and science and started manufacturing the properties themselves. Which I know you talk about how we're not capable of doing it, allegedly. Maybe that's the big secret. Maybe that's, dare I say, title to the gold. When you hit a level of technology where you can manufacture gold, and that's what's being kept from us. Boy, wouldn't that throw the whole world market into, if all of a sudden someone came out and say, yep, I can manufacture gold, that just makes that it's useless now.
You know what I'd say to that, straight? Rumpelstiltskin.
Well, it'd be useless for garnering our body with it. It'd be like a trinket, but scientifically, it has, if they can reproduce it, it has to have the same properties for proper reproduction.
Well, I don't think it is possible to make gold because it's an element. I don't
It
believe
says Theodore got the tip from Lindenberg.
Elements.
Hold on. It said that he got the tip from Lindenberg. So was the Christian Vatican originally a Shiva temple? All religions are one and are derived from Vedic Santana Dharma. The word Vatican originally came from the Sanskrit word Vatica. That Christianity came from the Sanskrit words Krishna Niti, the way of Krishna, and that Abraham came from the Sanskrit word Brahma, which I actually agree with some of this. He further claims that both Christianity and Islam originated distortions of Vedic beliefs. Compare the two pictures and see a striking similarity between the shapes of Shiva Linga and the Vatican Church. Okay, that is very eerily similar. Shiva Linga. Okay, so I'm looking for, it says that Lindenberg. It wasn't Lindenberg the one that flew straight? Or trusted you both?
Lindbergh. That was Lindbergh.
Yeah, he's
the spirit of St. Louis.
Where is it? Okay.
He was also a senator.
So researcher Charles Lindbergh during one of his flights over the jungles of Mesquite in Honduras, claimed caught a glimpse of what he thought was the lost city of the monkey god, where legend says local people worship huge monkey sculptures. So Theodore Mord, an American adventurer, worked on the tip given by Lindbergh and claimed that he had finally found the lost city in 1940. So is it Lindenberg that goes first? Like, okay, this is the thing. So Lindbergh, what did he do? Charles Lindenberg.
He's the first to fly nonstop from America to Europe. He crossed the Atlantic. That was his claim to fame.
Huh. Interesting. All these people are like spies and all types of other shit.
Yeah. Amelia
Oh.
Earhart too, supposedly.
Wait, hold on. Remember the auction website? How it said that the person who was, behind the site, they said that they crossed the Pacific to Hawaii or something. Do you remember that quote? You guys remember that
Remember,
one?
I never paid attention to all of that.
Well, this keeps going back to World War II. All this always keeps going back to World War II. Germany and America first movement. The Lindenbergs traveled to Germany where they were treated as honored guests to the Third Reich. Wait, so Lindenberg was associated with the Third Reich? Is that real?
It'd have to be early 30s.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was a known Nazi supporter.
So all these people I keep finding are like associated with the weird shit. Why does this keep coming back to the Nazis? I'm so tired of this. Every single time I research this and try and crack a little bit more of whatever this is, it always takes me back to the fucking Nazis.
They got around.
Yeah, because they're the ones being a little pain in the ass trying to steal everything.
They still are.
Huh. Well, this goes back to, what's his name again? Charles something? The Charles V? I need to go back over here. Oh, wait. No, that's not the wrong. Oh, shit. Where did I put it? I lost the book now. Oh, fuck. Where did that book go? Is it this one? Okay, here it is.
Okay, I need a refresher. Attack on the Castle of Love. Was that supposed to be an actual battle that took place at one time?
Yeah, for the Mainberg Castle. So it's Attack on the Castle, the Church by the World. And it's under the allegorical siege that was enacted by King Charlemagne. And when he did that, he created two cults, the cult of the Relics and the cult of the Saints. And in my opinion, I think Charlemagne was a piece of shit human being who fucked up a lot of things for people. And he's the one that made sure that Dogbert was basically killed off in the forest and impaled in the eyeball.
Ouch.
Yup. Walking through its wonder camera today, the visitors left with an impression of great delicacy. Alrighty, so there's the church thingy. Is that it? What is that? I don't even know where this is. They use in situ a lot.
I'm cooking pasta. I'm hungry.
Nice. What kind of pasta are you gonna make?
Macaronis with just some spaghetti sauce and Parmesan cheese.
Oh, that's good.
I fixed a bowl of honey nut Cheerio.
And I want cereal. I don't have cereal. I have a burrito. I bought 2 burritos when I got home this morning. So I have another breakfast burrito, but I'm kind of just not in the mood for that right now.
Yeah, I only do oatmeal cereal nowadays. I want to cut down the variety of things. Because that tends to make things more wasteful because I'm by myself. If I got a huge variety of things, I'm liable to start dabbling into all kinds of things, and the things are just outright bad. Can't
You kind of turned into
stay
a robot
little
underwater.
amount and go to-
I've had a really unstable connection last night, man. You guys been roboting out left and right.
Wait, me too? Or is that just my voice?
It's my connection. Every time you guys will start roboting out and cutting in and out. Then I'll get that little screen thing, unstable internet connection. I think it's the full moon. There's a full moon tonight.
This is true. This is true. Glad I made it back home. It keeps going back to Vienna. What's up with Vienna? Why are there so many books in this world that exist like this? Oh, here it is, The Real and the Replica. Feather headdresses. Huh. There's just too much to research, and sometimes I just can't do it anymore. I wanna just abandon ship.
It all leads back to the same idea. All of it.
Okay, now Trust just sounds like a robot beeping.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah, he's like, "Meh." Trying to talk to us in Morse code?
No, that was a can opener.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. I've never heard no can opener talk like a robot.
It was. All right. I just opened this can.
What? There's nothing in it?
I dumped it out. I just opened it with the can opener and dumped it out.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought you would. I just opened it. Look, there's nothing in it. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it was a little bit light.
Maybe put a little water in there, man. Hydrate it back up.
Sometimes it's getting tough for the companies, but my goodness, they could have put a few more tablespoons in there.
There's more that I haven't found yet. I don't know where I would find it.
I've heard you mention it before. 120. Someone asked you earlier when I first popped in, was looking at chat. 120 days. That's June 5th, 2023.
Six.
June 6th. Yeah.
Yeah, I said that's the day that I'm going to be mocked at for being a false prophet.
Yeah. I think we'll hear something by that date, if not that date in particular. I think we'll hear something.
I think we'll at least hear something's in the works. Something
Yeah.
that's real.
Coming from reputable people too, not just hearsay through the grapevine of the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Shit, where'd it go? Okay. In the live performance, these voices bubble and strut around the stage. Okay. Okay. I found it. What is it talking about? What is this? What are we talking about? What chapter is this? Writing as listening. I decided to write the story of El Panacho as a way of liberating myself from various modes of academic writing that do not seem adequate to heal the colonial wound. I will reflect on decolonizing whiteness and the perpetrator position through my own family history. Oh, okay. So we'll go down here. Recognizing that onus is on white writers and readers to undertake a process of self-reflexive I can't word decolonization of their own imagination. And how did I approach this ethical process? In the research for this book, I began to delve into my Austrian family history. There, to my initial horror, I found many more colonial encounters in the 16th century than in the family history of my parents who had emigrated to Austria after World War II. Among my ancestors, Philippine Wessler Freinheim von Zeinberg, who moved to Austria from Bavaria after her illicit love affair with Prince Ferdinand, was the first Zeinberg given the name and title of Baroness to elevate her from the merchant class to the aristocracy. The cultural historian Gunther Beckay speculates that Ferdinand invented the name Zinberg as a play on Meinberg, which was the Zinnen fortification to which Minsinger would devote love songs about storming the castle with their desire. Meinberg would be too overt to take as a name, but Zeinberg had just the right playful association through its pronunciation with the castle from which the loved one could look down to the suitor singing below. The name was also taken at the time Ferdinand gave Philippine the Empress Castle as a gift. Interesting. They're just little hills left and right over here. Huh. Charles V was not only the Kaiser of Germany, but also Spain, and thus of the Spanish colonies, opening up almost worldwide potential trade to the Welsers. Yeah, there's some serious spy espionage going on, and I don't want to understand it anymore. It hurts my brain. Oh, look, there's more El Dorado medicine over here. The Welsers' exploits in Venezuela represented an underexposed episode in German colonial history. Some 60 texts have been published, currently only in Spanish and German, which paint a grim picture of gold-greedy German conquistadors who invested their time and fortune in searching for El Dorado. The Welsers traded throughout Venezuela with their Spanish settlers, hunting down those indigenous people who had survived Spanish settler colonization and exploited them as slaves to carry supplies on their entradas expeditions into the interior. This carried on until 1546, by which time the settlers had become bankrupt and could not pay their taxes. El Dorado had not been found, and on return from the last entrada, the Welsers secretly abducted a group of indigenous women, and a leader of their party was murdered in revenge. Jeez, there's some fucked up shit all over here. They're just kidnapping people and shit. Who the hell are the Welsers? Oh, the Peabody Museum at Harvard. This is weird.
I think the Harvard Peabody Museum, I think that was the one that was built from the stones that was supposed to be used for the White House in Washington.
Really?
Because they were too gray in color, so they got auctioned off, and there was a new set quarried. I know it's a building for Harvard. I worked on it, but I don't remember if it was a Peabody Museum or not. It's either a museum or a library.
Interesting. That's another fascinating detail for sure.
No, typical government project.
Yeah, very true. I don't know how to read German. Ah, I don't know what I'm clicking. Why is it all in German? Is there like English translation? I wouldn't know because it's all in German. I'm just clicking shit I probably shouldn't click. The language of the hunt? Huh? I'm definitely losing my voice. Oh god, this hurts my brain. Yep, no. No.
Okay, so what's a summary of it from tonight? It was German people owned it. They had a replica and a real.
I don't even know at this point. My brain hurts so much trying to comprehend what I'm consuming.
There was a family that had it, that had the real chest and also had a fake version of it.
Uh-huh. I'm reading chat, but it's hard to read. Ow. Oh god, I have no words at this point.
Yeah, I thought the original version was a ceramic version.
Well, there was different variations, and one of them was like clay or whatever. I don't even. I love how when I finally like get to talk about this thing, I don't want to talk about it because my throat is so thrashed right now. I'm like, why am I alive?
You were probably bored.
No, I did find stuff and I was going down like a rabbit hole, but now I'm just like tired and defeated. Did you guys hear those weird videos someone's trying to put around on Facebook right now that are clearly fake?
About what?
It's called the Ammons collection. And it's just like a shitty ass version of someone trying to sound like Christy. It's not Christy. And someone taking clips of what sounds like supposed to be fun, but you can tell it's like deep fake. It's not real at all. And they're claiming that Forrest is like talking about Jack being the finder before it ever happened. And like, it was just really stupid shit.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's on YouTube right now. It's
Now, why on
called
earth would anybody friggin' do that? Go through that trouble? That is just ridiculous.
Unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. There's just weird people in the chase. Like really creepy, weird people. Basement stalker, weirdo, mad he is outed. Oh, that's what it says. You're mad that you got outed, Street?
What happened? Did the Scientologist knock him offline?
Oh no. He left.
Yeah, he left a few minutes ago anyhow.
Why did he leave?
Well, he was saying that his connection wasn't working very good tonight.
Yeah, my throat's pretty thrashed too. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Okay, young lady.
Have a good night, Trusted.
Yes, you too. You have a good night.
Enjoy your pasta.
Oh, I will. I just gotta wait for the pressure cooker to depressurize and I'm good to go.
Awesome. I'm jealous.
Good night.
Night. Night, everybody.
Yes, good night, everybody in chat.